inside the atrium here on the campus of Lawrence Technological University. My name is Lauren Plant. Welcome to the 4th annual LTU Giving Day. And I just want to say right off the bat, before we kind of get into everything, first off, thank you so much for joining us. And we've got a great day planned of all kinds of wonderful activities and interviews. And you're going to meet all people associated with the university. But if you want to give, and it's so important that you do give, if you can give, you want to go to ltu.edu/giving day. I want to introduce the Vice President of Philanthropy and Alumni Engagement, Kevin Finn.
Good morning, Lauren.
Good morning. Good morning. And right off the bat, we already have some givers.
Yeah, we're at almost 100 donors already. Our goal is to exceed 400 this year, so we're 25% there.
All right. Well, there you go. We want to keep this train rolling all day. So again, ltu.edu/giving day is how you do it. We are going to be live streaming here from 11 a.m. now until about 3 p.m. today. So a little bit shorter than last year. So I think we're going to be able to get through it unscathed. But the important thing is that if you pay attention, you tune in at any time during the broadcast. We've got all kinds of fun things happening here. You can always revisit the Giving Day live stream because there's all kinds of fun stuff maybe you might have missed. So make sure you check it out. But we've got interviews featuring alumni, students, faculty, staff, and of course, donors. New this year, we have what we're calling celebration events, and they are happening in two places. We have one right here locally at Shields Pizzeria and Restaurant on Telegraph, just a few miles here from our location here at Lawrence Tech, and then at the Founders Brewery in Grand Rapids, of which I was going to initially try and get out there for. I could not, but that's okay. We do have some people who will be there to record some of the festivities that will be happening there. So whether you are available between 4 and 7 at Shields here locally, or if you are on the west side of the state in Grand Rapids, you can visit Founders Brewery and check that out. And the food and drinks, they're on us.
Oh, and they get a new Pilsner at Founders. Looks pretty good.
Oh, yeah. It's a good time.
I'm sure Scott Trudeau will give us a review.
That's right. And also, of course, great food and drink at Shields. We'd love for you to join us. We'll be there, and you can talk to us then.
But, Lauren, one of the things I want to point out is while we're in Grand Rapids is we have so many alums that are, actively employed in that area, doing well. And we're bringing the show out to them this year as well.
That's right. And this whole effort, Kevin, you could talk about it now, is building on the success from last year.
Yeah, no, last year's Giving Day was great. We raised over $350,000 to help students. It represented about 400 donors. We had the Blue Devil Motorsports unveiling, you might remember.
Yep.
We celebrated our men's bowling team's national championship. And then we ended the day at the residence of the Phi Kappa Epsilon, who we're going to talk more about today.
Yeah.
So it was just a great day all around to connect with alumni, but also know we are doing something important, helping the future.
Yeah, no doubt about it. There might be some Greek games going on here later today, so you might be seeing some activity here in the background. Again, thank you so much for joining us. The featured fund this year is the same as last year. Talk about the emergency scholarships for future innovators.
So the emergency scholarship fund is really important to us. When I was the dean of students, you'd have a student in your office that would say, hey, the reason I'm falling behind this class is I don't have a book. And you think about all the things in life that matter and don't matter. You don't want it preventing somebody from being successful, just a missing book.
Yeah.
So with the Emergency Scholarship Fund, our financial aid office is able to provide cash or provide money to help those students out. Just in the fall semester, about $40,000 helps students who would not have been able to stay in classes. So it allows flexibility for a variety of different issues, but the main goal is this: it keeps the student in class, which gets into graduation and success.
And having Giving Day now be a big thing, and we're really celebrating it and kind of really putting this focus on it. It has made an impact, the impact from last year.
Oh, yeah. No, actually, it's funny. I woke up this morning, I do text messages from alumni wishing me good luck today. And first of all, that's just great. So thank you, Shannon. You were the first one I got this morning. It's great to see that they feel the excitement. I think for us, Dr. Soap and I had a conversation about this a few weeks ago. You get tough days on the job, but it's all the good we see. And, I love this part of my role where you get to see the alumni as they've, left the university but continue to be successful. But now to see them not forgetting that it wasn't easy to get there, and they're willing to help these students get through it. It's just such a beautiful act, and so I love facilitating that. I
agree. I think it's phenomenal, and I think the fact that donors can be connected to a scholarship is one of the most.
Well, that's a great example too. you can develop your own scholarship if you want. On our team, one of our colleagues last year, we lost a valued colleague of ours, Laura After, unfortunately, and one of our members of our team, Cindy, developed an endowed scholarship that'll be in Laura's honor, and you can do many different things with it. Sometimes somebody wants to help out with a team that they were a part of, so it's a scholarship for the softball team. Different examples like that.
Yeah, fabulous. What are the goals this year?
Yeah, well, the first goal is to raise. We want to always continue to up it, so we're hoping to raise $400,000 this year. Secondly, we want to see that hopefully more alumni are engaged with this and more alumni giving. So if you're an alum and you haven't made a gift before, of course we love large gifts, but I also understand that's not what we're always capable of. $10 is not a wasted gift. $10 allows me in an emergency scholarship fund to continue to build it with other people who gave $10, but often leads to where the person needs a help of $50. So every gift matters. So one of the main things I'm looking for is that we're continuing to reach out to our alumni, explain our need, and help them be a part of that solution.
Yeah, and so again, you're right. It's not the dollar amount. It's how many we can get to be engaged into giving something. Last year, there were over 200, about 217 donors as a result of Giving Day. This year, hey, let's aim high. Let's go 500. We can do this.
I'm feeling good that we're at over 100 right now.
Yeah.
So, we're not even, 15 minutes into this.
Yes, absolutely. All right. You had an opportunity to talk with the president of the university, Dr. Tarek, recently. Why don't you just quickly summarize a little bit about what you talked about, and then we're going to see that conversation.
Yeah. Well, the first thing is Dr. Soap, we talked about fundraising, and he's such a great asset to work with on fundraising. He's very enthused when we get out and meet with our alumni. We went to California back in December, and we were at FUTech, owned by our alum, Javed Mockberry. And what I appreciate is his enthusiasm to learn what our alum has done. It's contagious.
It is.
Even just getting on watching him have his first autonomous car ride it's just great spirit. But that spirit leads over to the fundraising. And what I mean by that is, he wants to make sure that we're doing it for the right reasons, we're helping people have impact, and that we're aligning it to where our needs are at the university. And so it makes it very easy to work with, and I think his curiosity, which is very infectious, makes it very easy for me to work with our alums and for them to then make that impact happen.
Yep, there is not a single person more passionate about the future success of this university and where we're going. And I didn't mention earlier, but I work with Yellow Flag, who we are part of the marketing program here at Lawrence Tech, and working with him and seeing the endeavors he wants to see us explore and really test the limits of creativity and how we present the university is really important. And I think that you guys had a great conversation, so why don't we do that now? Why don't we show the conversation that you had with the president of the university, Dr. Tarek?
Welcome, Dr. Soap. How are you today?
Good, thank you.
I'm looking forward to talking to you about some things today. As you know, today is our 2024 Giving Day.
Looking
exciting
forward to
day,
it.
yes.
Should be a great day.
So let's start with that with Giving Day. Why is it so important to you, sir?
It's all about our students. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm looking at the progress of our students and the programs and how incredibly well they do after they graduate. It's a little painful seeing them and or their families struggle with the tuition and, throughout the progress that they have during the 3 or 4 years that they spend on campus. And for me, this is an amazing way by which we can provide support to them and their families financially so they can finish the programs, do incredibly well without having to struggle and, God forbid, drop out from the program. So it does make a huge difference in terms of the financial assistance that we're able to provide for them so that they can complete the program in time. So
why is it so important that we, as we talk to people today who could potentially give a gift, why it's important to give a scholarship in particular?
Two reasons. First of all, we are an eminent university and we really do spend and or try our best to make and provide for the best facilities possible for our students to do well in the programming that we offer. We try to hire the best possible professors. We try to establish the best laboratories, workshops, research centers, and others, so they can get eminently trained for the jobs of the future. And that's not inexpensive. It is expensive. And thus our tuition is not cheap. We are a private university and we have to live within our own means. These scholarships, number one, allow these high school students who would not have considered Lawrence Tech otherwise, or maybe even in some cases have not considered college period, enables them to attend Lawrence Tech. It makes a huge difference to them and to their lives and to their communities and their families. And second, it's also for the students in the pipeline, students that we already have on campus who are doing well, who are progressing in their studies. And then, for unforeseen circumstances or because of the rampant inflation or other reasons, suddenly are faced with the prospect of not being able to pay the tuition and finish the program. So for us, these emergency scholarships that can help them along the way to ensure that they retain and graduate makes really a huge difference. So Giving Day is really that. It's direct financial assistance for both type of students that really affects their life immediately. So for me, Giving Day is really a great demonstration of the philanthropy that we have shown year after year after year from our faculty, staff, alumni, and our other partners.
Excellent. I'm going to transition us now to our alumni engagement events, and you had a chance to participate in a few with us back in December. We were in Arizona.
Yeah,
having
sure.
some Detroit pizza in Arizona.
Of course, that was fun.
Tell me about your experience meeting. We had about 25 at that gathering. I would say.
We met more than that, but I mean, we met. I think we met 25 only in one event,
right,
in Phoenix. But it was actually amazing reconnecting with these incredibly established alumni and seeing how amazing they are doing in their current careers. I mean, I was talking with our great alumnus who is using artificial intelligence in designing, incredible buildings, and I was fascinated with the progress that
Damon,
that
right?
has Damon. He's amazing.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
And looking at these buildings and the structure, and then actually looking back and seeing what we're teaching our students now in our great College of Architecture and Design, and then seeing one of our alumni 30 years down the line doing the exact same thing in practice, closed the loop for me. It was like really very inspiring. And then, of course, hearing the stories, from the 70s and the 80s and the 90s about, their faculty and really how Lawrence Tech made a huge difference in their lives. It was truly inspirational. I mean, and we'd love to give that opportunity to, hundreds and thousands of more students, and we're doing it, and we're doing it very successfully. So it was pretty inspiring, actually.
I would agree.
Yeah.
We also got a chance to see some recent alumni, especially in our trip to California when we saw Jackie, Alex, and obviously Sante.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on that visit?
No, it was kind of cool. I think California was kind of really interesting because we saw, alumni from different generations, right? I mean, so that
we did. That was really neat about it.
So seeing our alumnus who established one of the world foremost and top companies in designing sensors that go to the moon, and then seeing recent alumni from engineering and architecture who graduated only 10 years ago, and seeing how both are doing, and then projecting the trajectory of the recent alumni and knowing that in 20 years they'll be like the other alumni who has a $1 billion business.
I agree. We were seeing the future.
So it was kind of cool seeing different generations of alumni living all within the same geographical area, and each of them doing incredibly well in his or her domain. I mean, that was pretty cool. And the fact that they are living, quote unquote, so far away, but they are so close to Lawrence Tech still, and come to our events and connect with us and try to, arrange and organize events for fellow alumni in, Southern California is it's pretty cool, actually, pretty interesting. Would love to see them all on campus, so it's really nice.
I believe we're going to see Sante soon because there's an alumni soccer game coming up. So
is that really true?
I think he's planning to play.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Let's transition to the gala.
Oh, yeah.
What's this all about?
Well, I am incredibly excited, as you can tell, I guess. So, I mean, when I started meeting all of our great alumni, over the last, 2 years in this role as president, and seeing the recent success of, our Giving Day last year, and to the same extent the year before, it dawned on me, I think it's time to really get all of our community together. And by that I mean our alumni, our corporate partners, our supporters from the Metro Detroit area and beyond, and even our own faculty and staff, and try to really highlight for ourselves and for the region and for our various constituencies the amazing job that Lawrence Tech actually does in preparing students for these future careers. And I think a day like this can really solidify the commitments that we have as an institution towards contributing to our students and their scholarships, and to help them out really finish their programs and come into Lawrence Tech. So I think this will be a marquee event, and I am truly looking forward to it. I think it will be a wonderful opportunity to bring our community together, all the constituencies of our community, our faculty, our staff, our alumni, our parents, our corporate partners, our supporters from foundations to chambers of commerces, our philanthropists and the individuals who have been helping our students in the past, and really highlight, the great stories of our alumni, and how the support that our university has provided these alumni, when they were here, really made a difference in their lives, and hopefully encourage and inspire more donors and philanthropists to really make a transformational gift to our community of scholars and students.
Excellent.
It will be amazing. It will be fun.
I sure hope so.
Trust
I have
me.
a little bit of work on it to do.
I know you've been working hard on it.
I'm with you, sir. I think people are going to see some beautiful stories of Lawrence Tech, and many times, as you and I both know, we're in a community, people are asking us how they can impact the university and help these students. So I'd like to just drop, the gala at ltu.com is where you can find more information about tickets, sponsorships, and
right. And actually, I think we've sold a lot of tickets already. So for the audience seeing this video, I do encourage you to go to that website, the gala at LTU. Is that the website?
Yes.
The gala at LTU.com, and please purchase your tickets. And if you're interested in sponsoring the gala, we would be looking forward to your contributions, and thanks in advance. It will be fun, I promise you that. We have a few surprises, but we're not gonna say them now.
Exactly.
Right? We're gonna mention them later.
So I'm going to give you something else to talk about, not on the sheet.
Oh, sure.
I know you are a president, but I didn't realize you were basically a general manager of athletics. 3 national championships in the last year. What is going on?
That's my line. It's all because of me. No, I mean, this is incredible. I mean, it's been 12 months, and we have already national championship in women's lacrosse, national championships in men's bowling, and the D3 men's ice hockey championship. It's amazing. It's all coming together. I mean, kudos to the previous administrations and of course the previous athletic directors and presidents. This is a very young athletic program. How many years has it been, Kevin?
11.
11 years. And we've grown from 0 to, more than
30
800.
teams. I can't even keep track of it.
Yeah, more than 800 student athletes during that period. It's an amazing story. And to be able to, see the fruits of this labor of love, 10 and 11 years later, and see 3 national championships is pretty cool. We're very competitive here anyway, so
right.
We're expecting
Exactly.
more to come. So, but for the community, it makes a huge difference. It brings everybody together, and again, I mean, this is a school where students can come, really make a huge difference to their lives and their careers. And while they're at it, play the game that they love and play the sport that they enjoy, and win a national championship along the way. Amazing, huh?
That was one of my favorite memories last year at the lacrosse game. Knowing that I think 4 or 5 of the young ladies who wound up winning the championship day, we watched them walk the commencement stage a few hours earlier.
I remember.
And they're all business, whether it be on the field or off, and it's great.
Our students are amazing. I mean, a great example is the young lady, our student worker who works in the president's office. So I mean, I look at her every day and ask her, when do you sleep? You know, I mean, she's on our tennis team. She's a biomedical engineer with 3.8 GPA. She's a sorority member, two club member, and work 20 hours a week in the president office, and does co-op and internship every summer. I mean, it's amazing students. And
maybe that's one last thing to ask you about, sir. Last year on Giving Day and this year again on Giving Day, one of the groups that's really been influential in helping us has been our Greek organizations, and in particular, our Phi Kappa Upsilon, who was founded by our founding president, Russell Lawrence.
Yeah.
Maybe, what are your thoughts on that?
I love these guys.
They are fun, aren't they?
No, I mean, they have done incredibly well. I mean, when I started engaging with the group and with our great alumni in the fraternity when I was provost, if I'm mistaken. And I remember visiting the residents and interacting with them, and then hearing their stories and hearing their enthusiasm about helping current students and embracing the alumni members of their fraternity, the new students who just joined and they are now students at LTU. That connection is rare. I mean, it's very rare to find a fraternity alumni who graduated from Lawrence Tech or any other university 10, 20, and 30 years ago, still coming back to the frat house and and interacting and helping and encouraging and mentoring students who are 18-year-old and 19-year-old who are members of the fraternity. So that really inspired me. So they have been immensely helpful. I mean, they have been great philanthropists. They have done really a lot in donating to our scholarship funds and helping many students along the way. It's not only even the funds. Many of the fraternity members come and work with our students in the motorsports, and they work hand in hand with them on projects in architecture and engineering. I mean, isn't that cool?
It is.
It's very rare. So
it's interesting because, whether it be members of the PKUs coming back, I know we have members of our Sigma Phi Epsilon.
I know.
Mike was our convocation speaker. Sam O'Shelley on campus. You see how, and I know this goes with our sororities too. Well, that kind of wraps it up. We're going to go out there and reconnect with people. And if you come out to either Southfield or Grand Rapids today, you can try on one of our championship rings. Or if you come to Southfield, you can lift the cup. We'll have that there from our hockey championship. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, fantastic. So great conversation between Kevin Finn and the president of Lawrence Technological University, Dr. Tarek Soap, and we appreciate him giving us the time. Usually he likes to be here on Giving Day here in person, but he had some other commitments, so we really appreciate him sitting down, and that was a very kind of long form, very detailed, very, very fun, engaging conversation, so good job there on your moderating skills.
He's pretty easy to interview.
Yeah, he is. Hey, I want to be the first to welcome our YouTube viewers who are now joining us here. And thank you so much. This is the 4th annual Giving Day here at LTU. My name is Lauren Plant. This is the Vice President of Philanthropy and Alumni Engagement, Kevin Finn. And we're going to be here for several more hours as we bring you all kinds of good stuff happening here on Giving Day here live at Lawrence Tech. And we are live. So we do want to mention that we encourage you to give. The best way to do that is to go to the website, ltu.edu/giving day. You can give there, and we already have quite a few donors who've stepped up.
We do. Just approaching that 100 number, so just need a couple more and we'll hit that, but we're going to exceed a couple hundred this year for sure.
All right, so our next topic here is stewardship. Sir.
Yeah, it's a good question. What is it, right?
What is it?
A year ago, I was just learning this now.
Yeah.
I think, one of the most important things when someone's giving a donation, it's, finding out what they're hoping that donation it would do. What impact are they trying to create? The other part is you want to go back to your donors and follow up with that impact happened and make sure they feel good about it. Make sure they know that we're very thankful for it.
Yeah.
That's all part of that process. So this year, one of the things we did to kind of really change the way that we interacted with our generous donors for scholarship. Usually we'd have our students fill out a thank you note. Probably many of our alums remember doing that when they had a scholarship, which is nice, but you start to notice that the notes get less and less creative as time goes on. Plus, the other side of it is our donor often doesn't get a chance to really know who that person is.
Yeah.
So we worked with your yellow flag
Yes,
this year.
yep.
And we recorded videos of all of our students who received scholarships from private donors, and then we've been sending those to our donors. One of my favorite things I've been doing recently, we have a alum named Ann in Florida, and I'm sorry, her husband was an alum, but she's
Okay.
a supporter of the university.
Yeah.
And Anne's scholarship and her husband helps about 40 students a year, so it's a very significant scholarship. So I couldn't send her a file. She's 91 years old,
Yeah.
right? I'm not going to send her 40 files to download and stuff. Although,
Right.
quite frankly, she could handle it. She's really good at technology. That being said, I've been just sending them to her daily, and
cool.
she's been saying to me, she's like, Kevin, what I appreciate is I get to see that smile on that student. I get to learn who they are, where they're from, and she goes, it's helping them practice their communication skills.
Yeah.
That wasn't really our goal, but it does help with that.
Yeah, it does.
But I really like the fact that our donor gets to see who did they help out, what their major was, their goals, what they're aspiring for. It's really nice piece. So that's one of our ways that we steward here.
Yeah, it's a perfect example of paying it forward.
Yeah, exactly.
And there are so many unbelievable things that can come from any size gift, and the fact that the donor gets an opportunity just to see the thank you. That's all it takes.
Yeah.
And again, we're in a digital age now,
Right.
So there's more impact when you can see and feel it and see the emotion behind it.
We also do it other ways too. Like my colleague Laura in our department, she likes to come here to the cafeteria, bring her donor, and then arrange for the student that received their scholarship to have lunch with them. That's really cool. It leads to great job networking opportunities too. So that's always nice.
Yeah.
A little added benefit there. But other things we do throughout the year, like personal notes to people, letting them know we're thankful. We're trying to make sure that people know that whatever you did give, it's going to be, one, put to good use, but secondly, it's highly appreciated.
Yeah. Can I ask you, for those that you do run into on occasion that maybe just have not been around the campus in a while, and there has been so much growth and expansion just in terms of athletics and in facilities in some cases, and the technology and the people, quite frankly. What are the reactions that you get now that this university is really taking a giant leap forward?
They're blown away, is the best way I can put it. We were in California meeting with one of our alums from 2007. And he's like, nursing, really? Yeah.
Right.
PA program? Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Football team?
Yeah.
Hockey team?
Right.
Women athletes? He was just blown away. So yeah, it really can go many different distances. And
No doubt about it. All right, so what we want to do now is share with you kind of a medley of sorts of thank yous, the scholarship videos that were put together, so you can get an example of what these look like. Let's roll it.
Hi, my name is Zariah Fowler. I am the recipient of your scholarship this year. I'm a senior interior design student here at Lawrence Tech, and I'm from Detroit, Michigan. After graduation, I plan to work in a commercial design firm and just be a sponge and absorb as much knowledge as I can. And without your generous donation, I would not be able to continue my education, so I want to really thank you for that. And go Blue Devils.
I'm grateful to receive your scholarship because I'm a first-generation college student, and I grew up in a single-parent household, so going to college wouldn't really have been something that I would be able to do without your generosity. Thank you so much. You're making such a huge impact in my life.
My plans after graduation, I either am going to decide to go to med school or go for my master's and go into research. I am really grateful to receive your scholarship because with your help, I am able to achieve my academic goals and pursue my careers either in research or in medicine.
Daily, I'm reminded of how grateful this opportunity has been, which allowed me to, stay at LTU so far and carry me, through all of my financial burdens and struggles. So truly, thank you so much, and you're making a big impact on the LTU community and all the future Blue Devils, and hopefully the support can continue for many years to come.
The scholarships that I received are very helpful because I come from a very low income family, so thank you very much. You made a big impact on my college career and I really appreciate it.
I am very grateful to receive your scholarship because I have been not in the financial best situations of my life, but I have used every advantage I had to the best abilities. And my plans after graduation are to pursue a construction management position at some type of firm and potentially in the future creating my own business.
I'm also really grateful to receive this scholarship because it allows me to kind of gain a sense of community here at LTU. I take part in the Industrial Designers chapter of America Society, which allows me to make lots of networking connections and friends within the same disciplines. So a good sense of community here is really important for my school experience and after graduation as well. So thank you so much.
I'm so grateful for receiving this scholarship because it allowed me to have that great internship, and it's allowed me to add a lot to my school experience. I'm even the vehicle dynamics lead for our Formula SAE electric race car team here on campus, and I couldn't do this without all of your generosity. Go Blue Devils.
All right, so something new here that we're doing where we take those who are actually receiving scholarships from generous donors and giving an opportunity for them to say thank you on camera to those who have done it. And so, again, just looking back at it now, joined here again by Kevin Finn, is that you can see, again, they're prideful, so they might not be over exuberant, but you can tell just deeply that it means the world to them.
You definitely do. In particular, it's when you sit down with the student, you kind of, actually I would say you really learn it more about 10, 15 years out. When somebody who received that scholarship shares what that meant to them. And you often learn things that, like myself, I've been here over 20 years now, so in many cases I remember when the students started and you didn't know what they were going through, and you hear what they went through, and then what that impact of that scholarship was to them, it meant a lot. Yeah. And then, quite frankly, how economically they're doing much better now. They're able to support a family and own a home and all those things that we aspire to do.
Absolutely, and there's so many ways that there are opportunities to receive financial assistance, let's say, whether it be scholarship in other areas here at LTU. It's one of those things we're trying to always drum across in our marketing and things of that nature that, you can definitely afford LTU, and we want you here because there's so many wonderful things. And the other thing is, as we grow the alumni base here at Lawrence Tech each and every year, that means there's an opportunity for first-time donors. Talk about why it's so rewarding, and just more about the impact and what it feels like to be a donor.
Yeah, it's funny because I look at some of the people are going to talk about George and Kelly Griswax, Amy Baker, Alexander Stanky, great people, and I can remember each of them as a student here, first off, especially George and Kelly. They both worked for my office at different times, so they're very familiar.
Got it.
But what you realize is, it's really great is, when you make that first donation, it's kind of a nerve-wracking thing because you're not sure is this what I want to do? Yeah. Is this going to do what I hope it does? All those type of questions. But in the case of George and Kelly, Amy and Alex, they actually are helping us to get other people to aspire to give. Amy's been doing a great job with other young architects, encouraging them to be active. It's so great because, as we know in everything in life, referential power. And so, Lauren, if you do something and you say, hey, Kevin, I really enjoyed what I did, the scholarship meant something, I'm more likely to do it after that as well. So getting our younger alumni, and what I mean by younger alumni that are more recently graduated from the university, getting them involved in that process gets the doubters. Because I remember when I was in my early 30s, I don't know. But then once you realize, wait a second, I give to this, it's helping people out, I want to do more and continue to do this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's something about, say you're, several years removed from graduating and, now you've established yourself a little. So you have some things that you would like to give to. And I think the impact here of their education, what you learn here, your internships, things of that nature. Your career almost seems accelerated sometimes. I see so many, we're talking 24, 25 that are well into just an amazing career that their trajectory on where they're going to end up is so amazing, and that's when they think like, wow, I really learned a lot at LTU in more ways than one.
Lauren, I always say, whoever's in my position 20 years from now, maybe it'd be Rachel on our team. She's the youngest on our team. Right. But that being said, there's a great base being built here of people who are like George and Kelly, Amy and Alex, who are making good pathways in their career, and who, remember, it started at Lawrence Tech as well. And so it's really important for us as those individuals, they continue to be involved, inspire others to give, but it's we got a great foundation for the future here.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's lots of ways that people feel motivated to give back. We talked about the great experience that they've had here at LTU, a faculty member, maybe, and there's so many. And when we do our stories, like last year when we were in California, Arizona, they talk about certain faculty members. And of course, how LTU has put them in the position that they're in now. So we're going to show another video. And again, he was just mentioning the individuals that you're going to see in this particular video. First-time donors. They all made their first gift to Lawrence Tech last year. And again, a little bit on the younger side, which is, again, what we encourage, and I think you would find it more rewarding than you can possibly believe. And they feel great about giving back. So let's watch.
As a student at LTU, I started in 2011, and I immediately gravitated towards Greek life and towards sports. I played cross country and lacrosse for a semester and just had a really good time. I loved all of my studio classes. Being in the design world, I think that anything that we got to sit and create with people that were in the industry were great, but I think that what made my time really special at LTU were a lot of the administrative staff. So people like Kevin Finn and Cindy Spots, who you might not know if you went to a bigger school, you might not know the dean of students, but I got to know everyone on a really good first name basis and got to chat with them in the hallways. And I think that that made a really big difference in making LTU feel like a home for me.
I really enjoyed my time at Lawrence Tech. I was the starting goalie for the ice hockey team. I was also in Sigma Phi Epsilon fraternity, and still have real good friends from people that I met during that time.
So my experience at LTU was really positive. I absolutely loved that I could direct entry into the architecture program, as well as having the dual with interiors and architecture. I think is really unique and special about LTU.
From my experience hopping from a really small sort of high school to Lawrence Tech, I realized that in some ways I was pretty well set up in the math and science departments to jump right in and hit the ground running. But I felt a little bit behind in terms of classes that just weren't available to me in high school, like art classes and drafting classes and computer classes. So I felt a little insecure about that, and one of the things that stands out in my mind about my experience at Lawrence Tech was getting to know my academic advisor, Jim Abernethy, and he kind of gave me a boost of confidence and kept encouraging me to keep doing my best, keep absorbing everything, and moving forward.
The most memorable was probably when you got to your finals for studios, any of your presentations. All of those come to mind immediately for all of my different studio classes. I know specifically by the time we got to capstone for comprehensive design in my architecture track, finishing that project and being able to close that one out was really, really special.
Learned through our industrial design program that I had a love of modeling things. I had a love of creating things on the computer, and kind of progressed through those steps and learned that one of my big passions is construction coordination and being able to see things in real time, modeling them. And so that's kind of where I've ended up now, is as a BIM coordinator. But I don't think I would have been able to find that without the resources that I had at LTU.
While I was in the building systems class, there was a scholarship competition called the Hobson Scholarship, and that is funded by our local chapter of CSI. And I entered that competition and actually won the competition that year and was awarded a scholarship for spec writing. So fast forward to now, spec writing is a pretty core part of my firm's services that we provide to other architects, and I'm now on the board of directors for CSI Detroit and have actually sat on the panel of judges who evaluate student work for the same competition.
the learn work motto from Lawrence Tech, I think was really set me up for success outside of college, because going to school during the day and then working either around classes or at night, or was really taught me at a young age how to balance my time and prioritize.
I work for the Walt Disney Company, and my very first internship I ever got down here, I was interviewing for an architecture internship straight out of college, so for fall of 17. And when I was talking to my future mentor, and at the time the hiring manager, I was saying that I went to LTU, I went to school up in Michigan, and it turned out that the first batch of kind of interns she had back in the same internship I was applying for were both LTU alumni, and both of them still work, one still works for the company, but at the time they were both working for the company. So she knew kind of the schooling I had, the background I had, how good of interns they were. She felt confident giving me that internship just because I had such a good background, and she knew that LTU was a reliable school.
So last year was a pretty big year for me. I was recognized as the College of Architecture's Distinguished Architecture Alumni Recipient. And that's an award I never thought I was even in the running to be nominated for, quite honestly. So as part of the whole process of being awarded that honor, I had to do some reflecting on my career as a whole, and obviously Lawrence Tech was a big part of that. It laid all of the groundwork that got me where I am today.
So last year, we not only made our first gift to LTU, but we attended our first alumni event. So Scott Trudeau, one of the athletic directors, he notified us that we were having a spring training Tigers get together with all the alumni in the Central Florida area. And so we attended that and got to talking with Scott, got to really learn how LTU is looking to grow this alumni association, and really got to thinking about how big of a role LTU's played in our life, and realized that we do have the resources and did want to give back to something that made such an impact for us.
That was my first gift to Lawrence Tech on National Giving Day. I want to thank Scott Trudeau for inspiring and reminding me to donate. Scott was such a great influence in my athletic career at Lawrence Tech and beyond. His work ethic really was able to turn a club hockey team at Lawrence Tech my freshman year. I think we had to pay for ice bill in turning it into a varsity sport, which my remaining time sophomore year on, I didn't have to pay for ice time because the athletic department picked it up, and that really took a weight off of my shoulders and the rest of the team's shoulders, so we could focus on our academics and on our athletics.
Last year, I definitely felt inspired to start giving back to the school. I think as of late, I've been feeling very sentimental about college. I think now that I'm 5, 6, 7, I don't even know how many years, 7 years out of school at this point, I think you start to reflect back on all of those learnings and all those people that kind of molded you into where you are, and especially given recent just world impacts and events, I think you really start to think about that stuff a lot more. So last year I definitely felt inspired to start being part of the community again.
Well, welcome back. We're going to kind of transition here. Lauren's taking a little break, but I've got my colleague Rachel Vincent, who's been planning our Giving Day since last year, the day after, and she'll start on next year's Giving Day, but does a great job with it. And Rachel, we want to talk about other ways people can advocate to our alumni and our supporters to get involved and give. So what is an advocate?
Yeah, so advocates pretty much are our biggest cheerleaders. In addition to their generosity, if they make a donation, they can share our message and share the excitement about Giving Day before and especially on Giving Day.
So kind of like what Shannon Wayne Deere did today.
Yeah, I was so excited to see she offered a challenge on top of that, hoping to get a few more donations to really match up to hers. And advocates, the biggest thing is they're kind of like social media advocates. And I hate to say the word influencer, but it's a little bit kind of is. You know, you're able to say, I'm supporting LTU Giving Day, and I really want to give back to the student scholarships, and I hope you can too.
Yeah, that's great, because as you know, our alumni from the Phi Kappa Upsilon fraternity are doing the same. So,
yes.
Thank you to that group of guys. We'll have a great video of them later. So what is the benefit of being an advocate? Like, if I'm an advocate, what do I get out of it?
I think no matter what is you're kind of doubling or even tripling your impact. If you feel like, well, I only made a small gift, I didn't really feel like I made a big impact, you can kind of double or triple that by asking your friends and family to support as well. Because if one person gives, that's great, but if we can get 100 people to give, it's going to make an even greater impact.
So how do I share the campaign? How do I make my friends? Do I just call them? What do I do?
Yeah, so spreading the word is pretty easy and fun because everything's available right on our Give Campus platform. Give Campus is our crowdfunding platform that we use to promote Giving Day and other smaller projects throughout the year. And what you'll do is you'll sign up. You can use Facebook or your email. There's right at the top right-hand corner, and we'll have a video to show up soon, to sign up. And then once you're logged in, there are a couple social media options, and there's also a copy link option at the bottom as well. You just take that, share it on your social media. You can take that link, and then you'll share it also to your friends and family. And what's special about it too is once you're an advocate, you have a personalized, unique link. So what that means is when I share my personalized link, I can see how many people are making a donation or how many people are clicking on my link.
Nice.
So if I shared mine to my family today, and luckily my brothers and my mom and my dad, they were able to click on it and make a donation. So I'm so happy they were able to help out as well.
So I think I could even create a video of me encouraging my friends, right?
Yeah, so Give Campus has all these extra fun features on top of it. There's something called a personal plea. And it's kind of like adding a quick YouTube story or Facebook story, a little small video you can record saying why you should give back to Lawrence Tech near the bottom of the page. And something special our Alumni Association did this year was kind of create a personal plea ahead of time. You probably saw it on Facebook and Instagram and YouTube as well, and we really shared it. They made a video, they kind of collaborated together to say, hi, we're the Alumni Association, and we would love your support on Giving Day, and we would love to see you at our alumni celebrations later this evening. So definitely a big shout out to our Alumni Association for making that fun video and making a big impact.
It is a fun video. I was Patrice was a rock star in it.
Yeah,
it was really nice to see. So how do I become an advocate?
So there's two main ways. You can visit ltu.edu/Giving Day, and at the top right-hand corner it says sign up or log in. And then also recently we created a video, a quick how-to as well. We'll share here pretty shortly as well, which gives you all the behind the scenes and how to sign up. So.
All right. Well, I think that's where we're at right now. We have a video that can show you how to become an advocate. And for those of you who decide to become an advocate, thank you in advance. We really do appreciate it.
Yeah.
The first step to becoming an advocate is to create a Give Campus account. Before the campaign starts, simply press the Become an Advocate button or sign up in the right-hand corner. From there, create an account with an email or using your Facebook account. Now that you're signed in, the built-in sharing buttons on the campaign page will generate a link that's unique to you. If you share while you're logged in, we can track it and celebrate your impact. Using the Advocates tab, you'll be able to see your results and further your impact by creating a matching gift, a challenge, or creating a personal plea video. Your work as an advocate is extremely important for LTU Giving Day. With your support, we can make a difference for LTU students. Thank you.
Hey everybody, my name is Lauren Plant. Thank you so much for coming back to Giving Day here 2024 at Lawrence Technological University. My name is Lauren Plant again. This is Kevin Finn, who is the Director of Philanthropy and Alumni Engagement here at the university. We're having a great time, and we're just about to wrap up our first hour, coming up pretty soon. I want to give you just a little preview of what we have coming up over the course of the day. So at noon, we're going to talk about student life, Blue Devil Motorsports, the Society of Dramatic Arts, Greek life, and we're going to world premiere a video featuring PKU members from the 1980s. That should be interesting. And then at 1 o'clock, we're going to focus on faculty and staff impact, things of that nature. That will be kind of the focus of the 1 o'clock hour. And then our final hour, which will be at 2 o'clock, because we're going to be going till 3 o'clock today. We're going to get into athletics here. Of course, 800 student athletes here at Lawrence Technological University, and growing. We've got interviews with coaches, including our brand new football coach, Scott Merchant. And we've got some former Blue Devil hockey players, and we're going to have a little recap.
You're going to like that conversation.
Yeah, okay, good. And we're going to talk about, we'll give you a little recap of what took place over the winter sports. It was a busy winter sports season here on campus. So we just want to invite you to check it out. And I'll tell you what, just so much going on.
Yeah. No, there is. As you know, we just won a national championship in hockey, so that was a great moment. Last year, we also won it in bowling for men's, and then our women's lacrosse team, and they're having a great season again. But, I think the thing I really love about our student athletes is, we did some reflection on this earlier in the year when we had alums out that had graduated 50 years ago. And you see a common thing that they often were managing multiple responsibilities while trying to go to school. And you can really parallel that with how student athletes day is. They're training, they're going to classes. Many of them have internships, so they're not coming here and just being an athlete. They really are student athletes at Lawrence Tech. Makes us very proud of them. And then when it comes to Greek life, I'm really excited about the stories we got there today. We're supposed to have a Greek life competition.
They're setting up something over here.
So, those are always fun.
Yeah.
We're going to interview Sam Michelli and then also Jamie Moyer, just two great people and who give up their time still to this day to mentor other students, which it's about, in giving, there's three things you can do: time, talent, and treasure. And you can say in their cases, those two, they give all of that, which is great. Same thing with our PKUs. So it's really good to see that all come together. And I think we're going to be talking about the video that we did with the Soder Group here soon.
Yeah.
And that's the Society of Dramatic Arts here on campus. And we even got good actors and actresses on this campus.
Yes.
They're very talented.
Yes. Not only great students, but yes, very talented in their own right. And we're going to even give you a little preview later of the latest performance that they did here, their latest play here at Lawrence Tech, and they do about 3 every year. It's really exciting, and but we engaged with them to come up with a promotion for Giving Day in itself, and try to come up with a creative way to do that. And I would say for the most part it worked. I don't know about the voice of God part and
I'll
all
say,
that, but
take me out of it, but no, they were great. And the voice of God, I think I know that voice. It's pretty good.
I don't know. But anyway, if you haven't had an opportunity to see that, we wanted to show that now.
Hi, Rachel.
Hey.
I was thinking about Giving Day last year and how it was such a big success. I wonder what we can do this year to make it even bigger.
Why don't we hold events here in Southfield and in Grand Rapids? We can invite alumni from around the state to celebrate with us.
You're a genius.
I know. I'm a Lawrence Tech student. We're geniuses.
Well, I better get back with my team and start working on this now. In the meantime, can you share with our community the details on Giving Day?
You can count on me, Kevin. Oh, wait. When is Giving Day? Kevin?
Tuesday, April 9th, 2024.
Thanks.
First things first, what is our goal this year?
Double the number of last year's Giving Day donors.
How can we help, besides making a gift?
Become an advocate and encourage others to donate.
Awesome.
So, what happens when we double the number of donors?
Lawrence Tech will award deserving students with much needed scholarship support.
All right.
So then, how do people donate?
People can donate by visiting ltu.edu/givingday.
Great. So which funds should we support?
Donors can choose from several areas of giving, but a gift to the Emergency Scholarship for Future Innovators Fund is the best way to keep students on track to graduate while easing their financial burden.
Is there anything else we can do?
Yes! Watch the Giving Day live stream!
Can't wait.
And there's our Giving Day breakdown. Join us on April 9th as we make a difference for the Lawrence Tech community. A donation of any amount brings us closer to our goal of providing a world-class education to every student. Visit the Giving Day website to make your gift and learn more about our events in Southfield and Grand Rapids. Go Blue Devils. Hey Lauren, want to grab some lunch?
Why, yes, I do. All right, so there you go. That was it, and I thought it went over quite well, and had a fun time doing it. And again, it goes to show the kind of talent we have here on campus, and some of the hidden talents when you talk about something like the Society of Dramatic Arts and some of the other extracurricular activities that go on here on campus every day, all year long. Greek Life is setting up some activities here that are going to be taking place here in the afternoon, and it's amazing. So what are we doing here? This is LTU Giving Day 2024. We are encouraging everyone who has the means to give of any amount. If you can, it's super easy to do. ltu.edu/giving day. And how are we doing so far?
We're doing great. We just actually surpassed 100 donors. So our goal is to get past a couple hundred, obviously, but we're on our way after 1 hour. And we thank all of those you have given. And if you're still thinking about it, we hope we can convince you today.
Yeah, there's again, so much going on here on campus, and we're going to talk about athletics in a few hours and really get into what's going on here from the athletic side. We're blessed in the fact that my company, Yellow Flag Productions / State Champs, has been involved with Lawrence Tech for so many years now. We actually got involved in 2010. This is the first time I was on campus, and amazingly, athletics came right after. That's when things really started ramping up, and considering there was a 50-year absence, whatever, for the most part, it's amazing that we're almost at 15 years.
I know.
Coming up that we've had sports here, because it seems like it's been here forever now.
No, I agree. I just think about go back to that time, where we're sitting today. The first step of the whole process was redoing our cafeteria. If you're going to have a residential campus, which we are making a commitment to, we had to have more of a residential solution here, and then 2 different residential halls being added. It's been really nice.
My gosh, yes.
But I think the great thing about it is now we're seeing the rewards, because when you first start all those things, they go through that phase of correction.
Growing pains.
Yes. And I always think of our men's soccer coach, Will Dyer.
Yeah.
He's been there since day one.
Oh, he has.
And he could probably write a book on his experiences. But a few years ago when his team finally, had an opportunity to win a conference championship I was just so happy for him, because they put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears went into that, whether it be the students, the coaches, and quite frankly the administration to put it together. We worked hard on it, but whenever you see students on the outside, whether it be in Greek life, whether it be like we're going to talk to students here who are actors, it's just great to see this other side of them too, and it really complements their growth as an individual on campus.
Well, it's so important. It's what really can enhance your college experience, and it's interesting. In one of the videos that you're going to see later, which I put together, regarding the latest play that the Society of Dramatic Arts are putting on here at the university. One of the things that was said is that it really does give you an opportunity, if you're not involved in athletics, say, to put your mind towards something else, something creative, so that it enhances your educational experience, because you need a break.
Well, Lauren, I always say to people when I used to give advice to parents on what would you recommend my son or daughter do when they enter campus, make sure that they are, I always say a few things. One, ask them to say the names of their professors. It tells you if they're paying attention or not. And if they say it's too hard to pronounce, always come back with, those professors usually shorten their names to make it easier. But the other one was, I always say, is get them involved in other things besides the classroom. And what that does is it's always good to have a network of friends that are looking out for one another. It's always good to have another set of eyes because a lot of things happen during these years. And I always saw one of our best support systems for our students was our students. And that hopefully continues as alums, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I just think the wider range of personalities and students we have here is really amazing.
It is really cool.
It's really unique, and I think it fosters a real growth, a real excellence. View here and what we're seeing. So hey, we are crossing over into the noon hour now. So this is what we were classifying as segment 2, and we are going to get into a lot over the course of this hour. Greek Week. We've again got a video from PKU, the oldest.
Yes.
Right, longest serving fraternity here.
They're funded by our founding president, Russell Lawrence.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. So that's very interesting. And we're going to talk Blue Devil Motorsports, which always is a big thing. Last year at this time we had our Blue Devil Motorsports unveilings here, and that was the Formula car. What they call the combustion engine now in the electric vehicle, as well as the Baja vehicle, the Aero design airplane, and the Baja vehicle, as well as the autonomous car. But that recently took place. You're going to see the results of that thing, and that again is something that so many students are involved in.
Yeah. Oh no, it's as we talk to alumni in particular, Blue Devil Motorsports, Greek Life are probably the two the generation cover the most group of alumni. I think one of the things that's very unique about both of those is it's very student driven. In athletics, you are going to have a coach that has a lot to do with that experience. But in the case of Greek Life and in the case of also the Blue Devil Motorsports, the students are really leading in a different way there. Sometimes it's not that easy, but it leads to great growth and leads to great, spirit and connection. So
yeah. All right. Well, let's get into the first segment here in the noon hour, and that is Greek Week, Greek Life here. It's interesting. That's one of the things outside of like maybe sports that go on here at the university is you hear people talk about the fact that there is an active Greek life here.
Yeah.
Should you want to participate in it? And again, you've been with how many years is it now? You've been
23.
Not trying to date you there.
It's okay.
You came out just a young pup right out of college.
I go with the Keith Richards method. I'm alive. I'll just take it, right?
Yeah.
But no, Greek life.
The history.
Yeah.
It's rich.
Greek Week is great, and it's going on this week. I'm looking behind us. Yeah. Soon we know there'll be some competition going on there.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, I've seen some vicious battles at Greek Day in particular, whether it be the tug of war, song and skit, which is usually the Friday night. I assume it's on this Friday night, where the students kind of act out different impressions they have of the campus. It was kind of tough when I was dean of students because sometimes I was the butt of those jokes. But when I'd get home and my wife heard it and she was laughing at me, I got over it and laughed too. So it's always great. But the thing about I'll start with the Greek organizations. It is the alumni network that gets them established too that is just priceless. Not only going to have their classmates and the common things they're going to do together, it's when you see the alumni come back, you see the real beauty of it. So, we're going to learn more about that with Sam and also with Jamie, but I see that with the PKUs, the Alpha Sigs. I see it with Chi Omega Rho, the sorority, Delta Tau Sigma, which is where Jamie's from. So it's a very lifelong experience, quite frankly.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Well, I think we have some interviews, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, why don't we go ahead and roll those now? Oh, they are? Oh, okay. My bad. All right. So this is the beauty of live productions is that not only this is not something that is pre-taped. This is live. So we're going to go live, and we're going to figure it out. So we're just waiting for our guests, who are just being fashionably late, as I should say. Just getting themselves, of course, with technology, there always is sometimes a few glitches, a few bugs. But we plan on having a live interview via technology, with a couple of former fraternity and sorority members. So we're just, what's that? Oh, I'm sorry. We're just going to have one, just Jamie, right now. Okay. That's fine. That's good.
Good morning, Jamie.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. I know. Are you going to be heading out to Founders tonight?
I will be.
Excellent.
I'm excited to meet a few other fellow alumni there.
So, Jamie, if I remember correctly, you're Delta Tau Sigma, right?
I am.
What got you involved in Greek life, and then we'll transition to what it's meant to you since you left the university as an alum.
Okay, yeah, would love to share that. So I'm a graduate year 2000, Bachelor's of Science in Interior Architecture and Design. So was living in South Housing then over on 10 Mile, those apartments. And it was definitely a time at campus when it was a lot more guys than girls. So met some Delta Tau Sigmas in housing, asked me to participate in some events, and it was just a really great way to get to know other female students at campus in a time when, again, you have a lot more males in your classes. So went to a few events, met some really awesome folks, and that are still my closest college friends.
How often do you get together with your former classmates, or sisters, I should say?
Yeah, well, a lot of LTU students, at least at that time, grew up in the Detroit area, stayed in the Detroit area. I had moved to Los Angeles, worked in California for a while, and now I'm back in West Michigan. So there's not as many alumni over in West Michigan, but definitely once or twice a year that we're doing a little gathering. If we're at the Red Wings game, that was really fun, LTU night. If we're doing a girls' weekend up north, if we're getting together for different friends' birthdays or celebrations, we try to get together and have a lot of laughs and sharing a lot of old memories of our time at LTU.
Who was your advisor for your sorority when you went to school?
Pam Lowry.
Oh, wow. I just saw Pam last year. That's great. You had a good advisor.
Yeah, see if he's still around or not. I haven't thought of that in a while.
That's great. When you think back to your experience and so on, what would you tell somebody who's like a freshman next year that's thinking about Greek life? Why is it something they should consider?
Yeah, so there are a few different reasons why it should be something that you think about. Workload in college, especially going through the College of Architecture, can be all consuming. So how do you have something else to balance that, have a little bit of fun and do a little bit of work? So great way to have other college experiences. If you're thinking about how to meet people, it's such a great way. If you've got your sisters, you're participating with other Greek organizations, you're doing things during your period of pledging or just rush week, where it's a great way to get to know different students around campus. When I was on campus, it was much more of a commuter school. So it was especially thinking about that opportunity to get to know others versus just who might live in your
Another thing that's unique about your sorority, kind of like the Phi Kappa Upsilon and also Chi Omega Rho, it's a local sorority. And so it was founded here at Lawrence Tech. Could you tell a little bit about your organization and how it was created and when it started?
Oh, I need my
Put you on the spot.
I know, it was back in the 70s. So yeah, local organizations. You're not going to go to another campus and find a Delta Tau Sigma. So had a local group of sisters that came together and started it. So great organization with a lot of years. And I think we're maybe one of the longest running sororities on campus. You might have to share some of that Greek history with me.
We're talking with Jamie Moyer. Jamie, I'm Lauren with the marketing team here at Lawrence Tech, and the co-host here with Kevin Finn on Giving Day. What would you say is your greatest memory that you had while you were here involving Greek life here at Lawrence Tech?
Greatest memory. I think some memories are things you can appreciate once you've graduated and once you left. So it was something that was a really big part of pledging, is that idea that we all did it. So it was never about taking personal credit for something. It was really about building the team and building the sisterhood. And I think just that mentality, kind of that behavior, that discipline is something that really serves you well once you graduate and when you're in the working world, that it's more about what we did than what I did. So it's just something that I hope that the Delta Tau team still does, but really cultivating that experience that it's about the team and in a team effort and not taking personal credit for things. So that was a great learning.
Right on. What have you, just interesting, I'm Californian, Angelino myself, born and raised. I moved out here 24 years ago, so I'm catching up to the time that I spent in California. But what was a little bit of your journey beyond graduation here at Lawrence Tech? Just curious as to what your career journey has been like since you graduated.
Yeah, I think one great thing about Lawrence Tech that students might not always realize too when they're looking for a college is that it's in an urban setting. It's in an area with a lot of employers versus many universities that are in smaller towns, more remote areas. So had a great opportunity to be in the Detroit area. And when I was in college did an internship at a company called Steelcase, which is where I still currently work. They were in the town center right across the Lodge Freeway. So doing an internship and being able to work during school. So again, something I don't see a lot of other universities having quite that same ability. Maybe it's a summer internship and not something you're doing during school. So working at Steelcase, had an opportunity to intern at Newman Smith, one of the top architecture firms in the area as well. And then after graduation, went back to work for Steelcase in sales, focusing on education. So I love to be on college campuses, out at school districts. Worked in Southfield for 6 years, saw a job opportunity posted for our office in Santa Monica. So moved to LA for 11 years and then decided it was time to move closer to home and have been back in West Michigan for 7 winters now. And I think, again, a lot of that has to do with where Lawrence Tech was, what the program was, and really setting you on that path for success early on.
Yeah, well, it's a small world. I actually went to high school at St. Monica's, which was at Lincoln and 7th Avenue, right there in Santa Monica. So we have a little bit in common there.
I have a coworker here that taught there that is moved back here, and I have some friends that live right across the road.
Well, there you go. So yes, exactly. We're a lot more connected than we know.
Well, Jamie, we also want to thank you for always being active. And I know in the case of you and your husband, Travis, who's also a Lawrence Tech alum, we also thank you for your spirit you've done of giving over the years and helping students out. And we'll see you in a few hours out at Founders.
Great, thanks, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you so much. And just a reminder to you, if you are a West Sider, you can visit the Founders Brewery in Grand Rapids tonight between 4 and 7. There is an LTU alumni event that's happening there. And so a bunch of people getting together and having a good time. So we have another guest. Why don't you introduce this?
How you doing today, Sam?
Hey, how are you guys?
I like the soccer scarves.
Yeah, you appreciate that?
Have you been fly fishing yet this year?
I have. I actually went out last weekend with a bunch of LTU alum.
Nice. I'm hoping to get out this weekend with my son. Sorry, we have a shared passion there.
Oh, that's fine.
So
I dig it.
Sam, we're interviewing you today with Lauren Plant here from Yellow Flag Productions. And one thing that's different with Sam from Jamie's case that Jamie was with Delta Tau Sigma, a local sorority.
Yeah.
Sam was active with Sigma Phi Epsilon, which is actually the largest fraternity on campus of active membership, and one of the largest, if not the largest in the country.
Yeah,
so they are a
it's
national. Since 2001, I've just observed Sam on campus. It feels like every other week, helping out in some way. So that's why we wanted to interview you today, Sam, and learn more about your experiences with Greek life and what it meant to you.
Yeah, it's somebody graduated in 2000. I've been volunteering with the fraternity since that time. So over 20 years of volunteering at Lawrence Tech and working with undergrads day in and day out and seeing the ebbs and flows of what the student needs are over time, and then also volunteering at the national level with a lot of other chapters and being able to bring sort of that breadth of experience back to Lawrence Tech. And I'm proud to say that the SIGEP chapter is one of the best SIGEP chapters in the nation, one of 7 of the top ranked SIGEP chapters. So pretty proud of what we've been able to create at Lawrence Tech, and thankful to the university, especially as of late, of the partnership that we've been able to build with you guys.
No, we appreciate everything you do and your fellow brothers. So tonight we'll be at Shields Pizza, and we're going to have the cup for what our hockey team won for winning the national championship. But I'm pretty confident you guys dominate in a different cup, your fraternity, the Buchanan Cup. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so the Buchanan Cup is given to the top chapters in the nation. So it's from SIGEP. There was about 30, maybe 25 given out in the last. We do it every 2 years, and that's nationally. And then if you've won 5 consecutive every 2 years, so a decade of excellence, you get a gold Buchanan Cup. And now we're on our third gold Buchanan Cup. So it's once you've hit that 5, so we're at 6, 7, and 8 in a row. It's just a continuing standard of excellence that we've had for our chapter and what we've been able to do. So.
Congratulations on that. It's awesome. So tell us a little bit more about how, because you're still active with the fraternity, how it still relates to your life today.
Well, it's like I get to live SIGEP every day, and it's been exciting for me. I get to talk to volunteers and undergraduates regularly, or I'm in the midst of fundraising and helping grow endowments with them, and just so we can impact as many lives as possible, impact the undergraduates we work with, so that they're getting those opportunities for leadership and travel, and really help grow themselves as humans and grow their careers. So it's really exciting to be able to do that for a lot of undergraduates that are coming out of Lawrence Tech and then nationally.
And don't the alumni still get together for like in early January for an annual celebration together?
Yeah, we do several events over the year. We have our winter retreat that we do in January, where we probably get about 60 to 70 alumni that come out and have an opportunity to spend the weekend with the undergraduates of the chapter network, and then do a lot of eating together, eating and cooking and stuff. We rent a 4-H camp and take over a 4-H camp for a weekend, and we have full access to their commercial kitchen, and everybody's got smokers, and they're cooking in the kitchen, and it's a real awesome way to be able to bring everybody together and
Get off the winter blues, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Play a lot of poker.
It's I'm sure over the last 24 years now that it's been since you were on campus, how are some of the things when you get a chance that you've had the opportunity to kind of see the growth of the university and kind of where things are at today as compared to we have a couple Y2Kers on this particular Giving Day broadcast. So just the growth and is it kind of astonishing at times at where LTU is now compared to when you were here?
Yeah, I've actually been thinking about that a lot lately, because there's been a big evolution back in the 90s and early 2000s, very much a commuter campus. And I think, Kevin, when you first came on board on campus, it was sort of part of that push that you helped to grow the student life and student activities on campus. There was a sort of mid-2000s, there was a strong change and shift in all the different activities on campus. And actually students were overwhelmed in a lot of ways. I came and spoke on campus about the power of saying no, because there was just so much to do, and helping students figure out what to do, because there was just so much. And so now students have adapted and continue to grow, and athletics grew on campus, and that brought a whole new thing. And then housing coming to the north side of campus, adding several housing buildings, that changed the dynamic on how the campus needed to evolve, and so we've all had to learn how to, SIGEP and the Greek life in general was probably 300 plus members back in the late 90s, early 2000s, and that's actually dwindled a bit because there's so many other activities and stuff on campus and athletics, and it's played a role in how we figure out how we can be more relevant to students now. And I think that's what Greek life is facing now, is like, what's your relevancy on campus? What do you bring? How do you add to the lives of others and students on campus to make an experience outside of the classroom just as special as inside the classroom?
Excellent. Yeah. Well, Sam, we got to run to the next segment, but I want to just, thank you personally. You have always been great with advice on maybe issues that in my different roles here I would not have seen from that angle. Just as dedicated you are to Greek life, one day we'll have to have a conversation about your career in architecture, because you're just as involved in that as well and represent Lawrence Tech well. So thank you for being such a great alum. And we're going to watch some Greek games behind us here in a few minutes. So maybe your brothers will pull it off today again.
All right. Thank you.
Take care.
All right, thank you so much, Sam Michelli, for visiting with us there. Sigma Phi Epsilon. Like you said, one of the largest chapters here. As you can see here in the atrium here on Giving Day, some activity is starting to build up around here, and we're going to be here till 3 o'clock. And again, It's, this is a great day to kind of do this because the weather is finally starting to cooperate, and you could just
we could have been outside today.
No doubt, you could just see the pep in everybody's step. Spring is here, and they're kind of, it's an intense time,
right?
Because we've got the final weeks of this
about
semester.
4 weeks out, I want to say.
That's it. And commencement will be happening in just about 3.5 weeks. So, a lot of these students will be
one of the best
moving
times on
on
campus. So there's so many traditions, commencements, and the sororities and fraternities have their last meetings of the year. We got a few athletic teams finishing their seasons off, and so it's just a really fun time. And then the Blue Devil Motorsports will be, having their competitions and stuff here at the end of the year.
Yeah. So I believe that we're going to get into the world premiere video of something. I love saying that, the world.
We're 80s. We're thinking of the MTV logo right now.
And being on the internet really is a world premiere because we
Yes.
could have people joining us from all over right now. But PKU, what is it and what is the legacy?
So Phi Kappa Upsilon, it's one of the fraternities on campus. They are a local, meaning that they were founded here at Lawrence Tech, but they were founded by our first president, Russell Lawrence. And it's something that the gentlemen who have been a part of that fraternity over the years really hold close to their hearts. And they have a great connection to the campus. And one of the reasons that we wanted to do this video is the last 2 years, a group of the alumni have challenged their brothers to give back, and they've developed a great scholarship. This year, Peter Barclay and John Stammet were the ones who laid down this challenge, and we're seeing a great response to it. And what it will result in is helping a student out. So they've, they really exemplify what we hope that our alum can be. So gainfully employed, doing great things in the community and economy, but also still remembering
That's right.
old LTU.
That's right. That's right. Old LTU, just still having a great time. Well, without further ado, let's check it out. The world premiere of the PKU legacy at LTU.
Phi Kappa Upsilon means the world to me. I found instant brotherhood when I joined this fraternity, and it really helped me navigate my career at Lawrence Tech.
The PKUs are the first and only fraternity that was founded by our founding president, Russell Lawrence. They also are the only ones that have a designated home for their fraternity. They have the castle, as we call it.
With the fraternity, it brought a lot of camaraderie and built-in network.
It gave me a lifelong connection.
It never fails to amaze me that through our work, how we all help each other.
The PKU members of the 80s have been very successful in industry. They are leaders. They have started companies. I've yet to see a time frame where we had as many CEOs and presidents and vice presidents come out of one group. So something special was happening there. This particular group of alumni is a great example of the power of relationships that are built when you're a student on campus. Last year, we had our Giving Day, and this great group was coming together and challenging their former fraternity brothers to give to Giving Day that day.
The Phi Kappa Upsilon Scholarship was established a number of years ago by a couple of fraternity brothers to offer some financial support for some of our members. There was a big push to get it to kind of an endowment. Fortunately, we have a number of fraternity brothers who have been very successful in business, so they threw out a big challenge to us and said, hey, they'll double or triple the donation, and that really got things energized.
The phone pyramid went off, emails started flying, a little bit of brotherly shaming started to take place.
We raised over $350,000 all total.
In the end, everyone gave to the level that they felt comfortable, knowing that they were part of something bigger. What they did is extraordinary. From the bottom of my heart and Dr. Silva's heart, we say thank you.
I'm Alejandro Ruyan. I'm a senior here at Lawrence Tech. I study computer science. I know they're organizing, getting donations from people to set up the scholarship, and then all of a sudden I see it in my Lawrence Tech scholarships that I've received. I'm like, oh, that's interesting, because I knew it was a random selection, but I just never thought it would be me. It's helping me, it's helping my dad especially. It's giving me a peace of mind not have to worry about us paying as much.
I had a scholarship when I came here. It was a life-changing experience for me to be able to go to the school. I don't think I would have been able to do it if I didn't have the scholarship.
It's paying it forward is really what it is. That's a good feeling.
Lawrence Tech is a fantastic academic organization that crafts young people into being go-getters and show starters and entrepreneurs.
Nobody does it on their own. I think about all the people that helped me along the way. So for me, I look really fondly back at my time at Lawrence Tech. It is one of the best kept secrets in the Midwest. I can't say enough good things about it. I love the school, and go Blue Devils.
Well, so there you go. Great video. And you see activity happening here at Lawrence Tech. This is the 4th annual Giving Day here at Lawrence Technological University. And this is the atrium you are seeing. We are basically inside the cafeteria. So you happen to be here getting a meal or whatever. You'll see we're doing our live broadcast here, and all kinds of great stuff going on today, and we've got a lot of great stuff coming up ahead, and we're going to kind of start to segue into our next segment, which is going to be focusing on Blue Devil Motorsports. Yeah. Again, a huge a part of the university and its legacy.
Yeah, I'll tell you, when I started here in 2001, that was one of the groups that I had to first get to know. I started in career services, so employers will call every year, and our career services team knows this now too, and they want to know who are the members of Blue Devil Motorsports. From an engineering standpoint, they're often the students that our employers are seeking out because they know they're getting this very hands-on experience. They know that they're managing their project pretty much on their own, so they're very driven students. They have to meet timelines. So it's a really good exercise to prepare somebody for the workforce.
Yeah.
You know, our biggest challenges, though?
What's that?
Most of them are already employed. So they're not, you got to convince them to leave and show them you got something better, but that's a good problem to have.
Yeah, no doubt. And what you're seeing here is part of what takes place on the campus here every October, and that is the Blue Devil Grand Prix. Yeah. And usually about 8 universities will show up. You've got Oakland, Michigan State, you've got Illinois Tech. Illinois, Chicago,
Toledo.
Indiana Tech, I think maybe it was Toledo. A variety of schools will come, and it's great competition, and it's just a great opportunity to see the to measure the success of what because of what they do.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. Last year, first of all, it's all student ran, so they're putting this whole day on. And we, a few alumni, Ken and Margaret Gresley come to mind, helped us flip some pancakes for the students, but the big issue is happening, they couldn't get their car to run. And I watched our alumni like Chris Jasmine and David Burrow, Ken Gresley. They were all there just like, got down on their knees and trying to help them fix it. Yeah, and they got that car running. But what a beautiful interaction that was. And I just remember Chris Jasmine in particular, he wasn't giving up on it. He, you know, as a alum that's 20 years that moved out on it, it didn't matter to him. He wanted to see those students be successful. So it was a great day of showing that alumni connection. But, you know, we find when we go out and see alumni, Lauren, that those who are involved in Blue Devil Motorsports, just a very important experience to them and meant a lot to them. And quite frankly, sometimes I joke that was the original athletic team on campus when I started here.
Yeah, I would agree with that wholeheartedly. Being the quote-unquote project manager for the College of Engineering here as part of our marketing responsibilities, I get a chance to really interact with the engineers, the College of Engineering here on campus, and specifically mechanical engineering, robotics, industrial, and a lot of those students, as we see a lot of activity again here happening inside the atrium here on our Giving Day. And we actually had the opportunity to go out, and we went to MIS.
Oh, nice.
And we got to see the team in action with hundreds of schools.
Oh, the competition's incredible.
The competition's incredible. I think there's about 400 that were participating, and not only are they doing time trials, they're doing kind of like I guess you would best relate it to like drag racing. To see them and for instance, like Giftguard Corey, who is there as kind of the advisor, and Celine Arslan came out, who used to run Blue Devil Motorsports, and she wanted to be there and be a part of it with them. And again, just to see what they have to do to keep this thing functioning. It's constantly an effort to try and keep the car on the track, keep it running, because so many things can go wrong.
They build it from scratch, basically. That's
they're amazing.
Yeah,
they're amazing, and they take those skills. I think some of the, and I'm biased here only because I get to hang around a lot of these students, is that they're so smart, and they're the way that they troubleshoot and handle things. That's just skills for life that you're going to take on, and it's not going to matter, what kind of adversity you face. These guys find a way to get through it and excel.
They do. And it's really sometimes people get a little upset with the result sometimes. Like they didn't finish in first place.
Right.
We appreciate when we win, don't get me wrong.
Of course.
But it really is about learning how to solve those problems. That's what the experience is about, how to work with your team. So it's a great, great learning tool.
Absolutely, and it is one of the most intensive projects that any student will take on here at Lawrence Tech, and that is being involved in Blue Devil Motorsports in whatever it is. And you're going to see in just a moment here the wide variety of Blue Devil Motorsports that are offered here on campus. Maybe more. You think it might just be about race cars. It's not. It's about so much more. So let's look at the latest unveiling of the Blue Devil Motorsports vehicles and airplanes, quite frankly, here right now.
So today we are at the Blue Devil Motorsports unveiling. All of the different teams across Blue Devil Motorsports are here. We're unveiling our vehicles to the world, whether that be an RC airplane, a Formula style vehicle, whether that be EV or combustion, or off-road vehicles, robotics vehicles, they're all here.
The competition is great. The industry sponsors are incredible because it's your link into this tremendous talent pool that we have at the university. And so we welcome all kinds of industry participation, sponsorship, and involvement. But again, to you, the members of the motorsports group, the Blue Devil Motorsports group, well done and congratulations. We're proud of you. Go Blue Devil.
Some key features of our plane include a modular wing and fuselage, with cardboard display poles used for connection points within the wing, as well as baby locks that keep the wing together when in flight. We also have a detachable tail and rear landing gear for shipping purposes.
The vehicle is a four-wheel drive, more like a four-wheeler vehicle. It can go off-road, jump ramps, jump trees, concrete barriers, things like that. So we're happy to show our hard work and dedication today.
This year's competition vehicle boasts a 500-volt, 5.1 kilowatt-hour battery pack, improved driver ergonomics, a calculated top speed of 83 miles per hour, a 0 to 60 in 5.29 seconds, and improved suspension and packaging to hold it all.
This year we are running a vehicle using a 2018 Yamaha R6 600cc motorcycle engine that runs on ethanol.
The main key features of IGVC is we use LiDAR to navigate our course and avoid obstacles. We use GPS to move from waypoint to waypoint, and then we also use camera to stay within lanes and follow lane line detection protocol.
Your work is amazing, and I'm personally incredibly and immensely very proud of you. This is a unique event, and your accomplishments getting to this point is nothing short of miraculous. So again, please give a hand for our amazing students and their great work. Thank you.
So there you go. That is the recap of this year's Blue Devil Motorsports
Competition's
unveiling. Oh, and what do we got going on there, Kevin? What do you
That's
see?
one of the Greek games. I'm not sure which one they're doing. It looks like it requires coordination, so I'm out.
But again, it is Greek week here on campus at LTU. Just happens to work right around Giving Day, and so there are some really cool activities happening here inside the atrium. If you're on campus, come on over, and check it out. Cheer on your schoolmates. It's a dated word, but anyway, lots going on, and again. Shout out to everyone involved in Blue Devil Motorsports, all the competitions that will be taking place for all of them. They take immense pride in what they do. They work incredibly hard, and who knows, these may be some of the best engineers and designers and tinkerers that are going to be out there.
No doubt about it. And it's always so close to commencement when their competitions are, so you're always hoping that they're not in the same date. Yeah,
exactly. All right, well, we're going to transition to another great extracurricular activity that takes place here on campus, and that is the Society of Dramatic Arts. They call it SODA for short. And I had an opportunity actually to get to know a few of them recently at a dress rehearsal for their latest play, and we're going to talk about that. In fact, you're going to see some of that and your experience with SOTA since you've been there. Because again, it's not something that's nearly talked about enough.
No, I want to say it's been about 20 years that it's been active on campus, and they do usually 2 plays a year. It's gotten so much better. Like when it first started, like any new organization, you're trying to find membership, and now they've got that established. They got alums that look out for it. They put a lot of work into whether it be the acting, the writing, production, putting together the sets. They're doing that all on their own, and quite frankly, it's something that if you want to help them out, you can give a donation to.
Yeah,
I know quite a few of my colleagues like to do that, and I have over the years as well. Their plays are affordable too. So it's
free to students.
Yeah, yeah.
It's $5, I think. Otherwise, if you want to come and check it out, and it's interesting as I would say a theater person myself when I was coming up in my day, that I realized the amount of work and preparation and time that it takes, because there is a chemistry that's involved when you are doing a production such as this, such as what you're about to see, and that doesn't just happen by magic. And everyone's got to be on the same page. Everyone's working together, and there really is magic that is on display when you get a chance to see a production that has fully come together. And what we're going to see here is a little behind the scenes of the latest production here put on by the Society of Dramatic Arts. It was a play called Don't Talk to the Actors, and I hope that they had a wonderful production run last weekend. And so here's a little bit about what the play is all about and some of the people who dedicate themselves tremendously to making sure it's a success. Check it out.
Hi, I'm Rachel Nagy. I am the president of SOTA, and today we're here for a dress rehearsal of Don't Talk to the Actors.
Nice, Central Park.
Wait till you hear.
Schubert Alley. You're gonna get married in an alley?
No, Schubert Alley. It's famous, it's theatrical.
It's an alley.
You have to understand, Jerry believes in science. He met George Burns there, so now of course we have to do it.
George Burns, the comedian? Isn't he dead?
He is dead. Arlene, you're making me sound like a crackpot.
And this play is about a playwright, and this is his first time one of his plays is being put on Broadway. And quite a few things go wrong behind the scenes, and it's about his struggles to try to overcorrect and fix it. And it's a comedy with a lot of fun shenanigans going on.
What happened?
I think you fainted.
Hi there.
I had such a fun time doing this. A little hectic, but honestly, the chaos is what makes it a lot of fun.
I want you to know, if the damage you've wrought cannot be rectified, this will be the first time since I've arrived on your sorry shores that I will be without gainful employment in the theatrical business. I could spit!
It's not like they're bad kids, my grandkids. It's just that they really like to set fires. My daughter's on her third house.
So SOTA, or Society of Dramatic Arts, is LTU's student-run drama club. I got involved because I went to the org fair my freshman year, and I saw the booth and went over because they were having auditions for Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde back in 2019. And I decided to give it a shot, and somehow I got casted, and they roped me in forever.
Hi everybody, how are you? Sorry I'm late.
Oh, that's all right.
No, sit. It's that Alexander Graham Bell Hotel. That's the problem.
You got us an hotel?
The Eli Whitney Some Inventor Hotel. Who knows? They've gone and invented a new kind of roommate. I can tell you that. See, I checked into my hotel last night and made a beeline for the camp. I've been holding it since LaGuardia. And sitting on the sink was this little basket of toiletries. Cutest damn thing I ever saw.
This show has like somewhere between 3 to 5 crew members that are here every day. But on top of that, we have people that help us out with photography, ushering, students that help us with graphic design for our advertisements that go around the school. There's a lot of hands involved in any given show. So even a show like this where the cast is only 6 people, there's probably around 20 people involved in every aspect of it.
It's been great. It's been a lot of fun. We're really quite tight-knit. I was like surprised how quickly I could really have a lot of fun and just get in with these people and start just enjoying myself. It's like a lot of theaters, they can be sometimes like kind of cliquey and all that, but not here at all. It's great. You can just jump right in, and yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
We're very close-knit. I feel like we're all very connected to each other. We try to communicate with each other like, hey, we're not comfortable with this, we're not comfortable with that. We try to make it, it's kind of, I want to say kind of like a relationship, but we are like a family. We try to make things work. If there's something that we're having a tough time with, we talk it out, try to make things work for those people.
I just looked at the play with sort of a New Yorker's eye, and I did what I thought I needed to do.
I see.
Am I still in it?
Of course. You even have a song.
A song?
It's the same play, just better.
I think that it's a great experience, even if you're just helping out with the crew, because you meet a bunch of new people, really friendly people, at least for now, and really welcoming, and we're always excited to get new people, so I would really recommend it. It's just a lot of fun, and it can help take your mind off the homework.
So the more people who know about us, the better. The more fun it is for us, and the more fun it is for everyone who comes to see it.
All right, so what you're seeing on your screen right now are, it's Greek life here, and so there are Greek games. The annual Greek games are happening here on campus, so all kinds of activities. You basically have the fraternities and the sororities competing against each other, so you're going to have a bunch of noise here in it, but we call that life activity. It's very exciting here. And another thing that's exciting is, well, what you just had a chance to witness was the dress rehearsal that I happened to attend for the play Don't Talk to the Actors, put on by the group here known as SODA, or the Society of Dramatic Arts. And so we just so happen to have several of the key players involved with putting a production like this on campus joining me now. So thank you very much, guys.
It's not a
All
problem
right.
at all.
So let's do this. If you could first just each of you introduce yourself and just tell us what your involvement in the production is.
Yeah,
Go ahead, you
we'll go
start.
this
We'll
order.
go this way.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm Rachel Nagy. I'm the president of SODA, and I played Beatrice Pomeroy in Don't Talk to the Actors.
Yes.
Howdy, I'm Jenna. I am the I was sound operating sound for this show. I was also an assistant director, and broadly in SODA, I'm the treasurer and house manager.
My name's Caleb. I was the assistant director for the show, as well as HR position for SODA in general.
All right, well, great. So you guys all play an important role in making sure that these productions, pull off without a hitch. So since the time that I saw you, which was about a week ago Saturday, you've had your production, right? I think you guys had, what, was Thursday, Friday, Saturday? Is that or Friday, Saturday, Sunday? Okay. So how did it go?
I think it went really
It
well.
went
really good.
Yeah.
Our Friday night audience was so loud and so much noise. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And really interesting production that you chose, and a lot of the things you only get to see a little fraction of the interviews and the discussions that I had with the actors, but I think the important thing is that the process, and I wanted to see if you could talk about the process of choosing a production, because again, there is, how many actors do we have that can participate? What's something that we can pull off, theoretically, and in the end, what is the most entertaining thing that we can do that people can get into?
I think the truth is we're still figuring out the exact answer to that question.
Okay.
There's no perfect science.
No,
to
there
it.
isn't.
Once our show ends 1 year, we immediately start pivoting. We have a big list of shows that we say these are shows that SODA could potentially do. It's in our wheelhouse. Then we'll look at how many people were participating in our last show, how many people have expressed interest in acting in the next show. And then from there we can start to look like, oh, this has 12 actors, maybe we should roll it back. This show we had, of course, 6 actors.
Yeah.
So we'll continue looking at other shows with 6 actors, and we're like, okay, do we want to do a comedy or a drama? So now we have the list of shows that we can do. Let's look at the specific content of each show and what we necessarily want to put on, or what the director would want to put on for that semester.
All right, fantastic. Now, for you, this is this your swan song? Yeah. Meaning, are you graduating?
Yes, Jenna and I both are graduating this semester. So this is my last production with Soda.
Right.
So
and
at
you've
least
been
as a
doing it for a
student.
long time.
Yes, yeah. I'm in the ArcEng Master's program, so
Yeah.
I've been here 5 years.
Yeah.
So I've been doing this since before COVID. I'm the sole pre-COVID member of Soda right now.
Yeah.
So it's been a lot of fun all 5 years that I've done it, and I can't wait to see what the organization does once I'm gone and pass the torch, as they say, you know?
Well, one of the things that I thought was great is that something that during your time here didn't exist, when you began, and it does now, and that's the fact that Specs at LTU is here, which is another kind of creative way for people to figure out what they would like to do in life, and for those who familiar with the Specs Howard School of Media Arts, and it's many. I went to Specs when I first moved here to brush up on my technical skills and things of that nature. At that, Titus was a Specs student, and was an opportunity. It's nice because we encourage. Having Specs at LTU now is great, because not only can they do the certificate program, but if they wish, they can then move maybe right into the media communication program or something of that nature, graphic design. And he had an opportunity to be in the place, so you get another wealth of people to kind of hopefully get involved, and he obviously was a big part of the production.
Yeah, we love to have Titus.
Big Titus fans here.
Yeah, no, he was great, and it's wonderful. I think he was the first Specs at LTU student that we've had in Soda, and he absolutely killed it in this production. And I can't wait to see where he takes that moving forward.
Yeah. What would you say is the biggest challenge for recruiting students to get involved in the production at any level?
Definitely, it would be more along the lines of people actually wanting to do theater. Just in general, people are hesitant to either reach out to do a new thing or just to experience something out of their ballpark. So I would say, the biggest challenge would be something along the lines of just recruiting the people.
Yeah. So along those lines, how rewarding has it been?
To get people.
No, for you personally, your involvement. How much has it enhanced your college life since you've been here?
It's been my college life. I love all of my closest
And what is your
friends
major?
Architectural engineering.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So a very, very challenging, very time-consuming major.
Right.
But you said this is what you're going to probably feel is your legacy at LTU.
Yeah, for sure. I think we can all say that. I mean, all of our friends we all are a close-knit community, and we've all made a lot of friends through Soda, and we've accomplished a lot, right?
Yeah, no, it's really exciting to be able to, outside of our classes, pour into something creatively that's different and exciting, something that you wouldn't necessarily do in your day-to-day life, especially once you graduate college. And then also just being able to make connections, in the plays, in the shows, we all have our different roles that we're doing. We're all on different points of leadership, we're in the cast, crew, whatever, but at the end of the day, we're all peers, we're all friends, And even I met Rach doing Soda my freshman year, and now we're living together, The opportunities that you can have just by joining Soda, taking that shot, doing something different, it can really help you make connections, and it can be very rewarding and fulfilling. I'm very proud of what I've done in Soda.
You should be, because nobody really realizes until you do it the amount of work, the time, the blood, sweat, and tears that go into a production. Because especially here when you are a small community, you're relied on to do so much more. So say you as one of the lead actors, well, you're not only being the lead, you're the president of Soda. So there's so many other responsibilities that you have outside of you guys just getting together, rehearsing, and making sure that it all works. Because when you're doing, they they say it's easy to do drama, it's hard to do comedy. So when you're trying to do comedy, it is such a challenge to, to try and make it funny, to remember your lines and whatever you have going on. So we're getting the famous wrap it up sign here, and that's all good. We appreciate what you guys did. I had a really good time. I had a really fun time. It again takes me back to when I was involved in theater. And the last thing I just want to have somebody say is you don't have to be an actor. There's plenty of jobs to do behind the scenes, and you don't have to have like a lot of experience. This is something you guys can teach people to do.
Right, yeah. Just the crew experience in general is rather easy in comparison to actually acting. Anyone can choose to do it if they so wish, whether it be just pulling a curtain or moving a prop or something like that.
Yeah.
But once people get into that environment of that family, they're immediately just going to feel welcomed and just accepted just for simply being there.
Yeah, we've had a bunch of students who never even acted. They didn't act in high school. They
Right.
didn't do community theater, and they come in and they're like, "I want to give it a shot," and
Yeah.
they go out there and they kill it. So
The
it's
goal
wonderful.
is to make soda fun for everybody who participates, regardless of what role you're in,
Right.
cast, crew, background, anything that you're doing. We want it to be fun for everybody.
Yeah, and I think one of the terms that you hear over and over is family.
Yeah.
Because again, you guys get a chance to work together so closely that you really do form a bond that I think is probably going to last well beyond your years here at LTU. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Absolutely.
I think these are some of my best friends, and I think we're all going to be talking for a really long time.
All right, well, guys, thank you. Congratulations, I must say. And when can we look forward to the next production here? Two things. How many are there per year, and when will the next one be?
There are 2 productions
Okay.
per year, one during the fall semester, one during the spring semester.
Okay.
The fall show would probably be sometime around...
It's usually in November.
Yeah, November.
Yeah, usually
Okay.
right before Thanksgiving break.
And if somebody wants to get involved, what do they do?
Just look out for the posters. That's all you really got to do.
Yeah,
You'll see
look
some
around.
audition flyers.
Look around for audition flyers. Show up to auditions. You can follow us on our social media. We're
Yes.
at Real LTU Soda on Instagram or LTU Soda on Facebook. There we post about auditions. And if you ever are like, hey, I want to be involved, but I didn't get the chance to audition, shoot us a DM. We'll have someone reach out to you. So.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, great. So, so as you are looking, you guys can step off. Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here at our live production here on LTU's Giving Day. Let me tell you what you're looking at here inside the atrium, and that is Greek life happening here. So Greek games are going on. Looks like we got an egg drop happening here. Almost lost it there. And so lots of activity. So if you're hearing noise and things like that going on, that is the fact that we have Greek games going on inside the atrium here, and it's one of the many traditions that take place each and every year at Lawrence Tech. In fact, the fraternities and sororities compete each other. I don't know what prizes they win. I don't know what you get if you win Greek games, except for immense pride. But I imagine that it is something that you want to hold over that person for the rest of their time here, that you were the victors in this way. But you know what? Bottom line is they all get along. They all have a great time. And Kevin Finn is coming back and joining me here. And so that was an enlightening conversation. And again, I had a great time getting the opportunity to spend time. And this was my first time to look at a performance of Soda. And again, I thought they did a phenomenal job. And again, it's not an easy task.
No, they're a great group of students, and they work hard. And pretty much most of it's done on their own. That's what's impressive about. So, as I just got done thinking, in that video, I said, clearly you're great actors because you made me look good, and I can't act.
Right, exactly. So we've gone through that. What we want to do right now is just kind of reset. And that is the fact that today is LTU's Giving Day, and we encourage each and every one of you to donors. We're really looking for first-time donors this week. And again, some of the activities you see here on campus, they happen because of donors. And you can do it very easily by just going to ltu.edu/Giving Day. You can give in any capacity that you see fit. But again, what we're trying to do this year, again, dollar amounts are important. We wanted to raise as much money as we can, but we want to increase the amount of donors and just get people involved and get into the spirit of giving back, because it really is more rewarding than you know.
It definitely is. It's actually our scholarship gala at the end of the year is celebrating that spirit of giving. It is something that's contagious. I think it's one of those things too. It gets paid back somehow. I just feel like when we're looking out for others, there's something that brings it all back and helps us back too.
And we're having for the first time some celebration events.
Yeah.
What's happening?
So tonight, it's first, and if you're here in Southfield, for many of our alums, you went to Shields Pizza at some point.
Oh, yeah.
After classes, maybe a study session, or maybe even just like, oh my God, we survived that class. That all being said, we'll be at Shields tonight from 4 to 7 o'clock. Pizza, beer, and beverages are on us. And then...
Wait, say that again.
Yes. Pizza, beer, and beverages are on us. We got to keep it within reason. But.
Well, yeah, of course. But just saying, it's not something you have to spend a lot of money on.
Wouldn't you like to be in Grand Rapids right now, too? So we have a lot of alums on the west side of the state. So this is our first time on Giving Day actually doing a celebration event on the west side of the state. We'll be at Founders in Grand Rapids. That new Pilsner looks really good that they released today, but we'll have to let our alums and colleagues that are there let us know how it tastes.
So how did that come together? Obviously, I realize the Shields event is going to happen here, but doing something for the west side.
Yeah, so the first thing we always do is we try to look at who is out there alumni-wise that's active, and try to get them to take a leadership role in it. So we had 3 people that came to mind: Jamie Moyer, who we interviewed earlier, Joy Sportel, and then Tony Sabat. In the case of Joy and Tony, knew them both when they were students. Joy worked within student affairs for a while and was the residence hall coordinator. And quite frankly, worked with my wife in the architectural field. But they're just all 3 of them are just very good advocates for the university, proud of their experiences here. Tony published a book last year. So what they've been doing is not only did we get them to be the leaders of it, they've been calling alumni, encouraging them to be there today. So we're anticipating that the Grand Rapids one, about 40 people right now.
Yeah, and as someone who, and we'll just say you're still relatively new at this role at the university for, being involved with philanthropy and alumni engagement after so many years, and as the dean of students, and I'm sure other roles that you've had here. How rewarding is this for you? What this new challenge that you have, and being in the role now for a little over a year?
I think the first and foremost, it's just so great to see that the product comes out great.
Yeah.
And back in December, Dr. Soap and I and my colleague Laura, we were having dinner with one of our alums who, let's just put it this way, when he was a student, every now and then as a dean of students, I had to disagree with his actions. And we had to address it. What was great was he got to tell us the whole side of the story now. And I could tell him the side that I was seeing, and we were nothing but laughing at that point. And, I always say to people, like in college, there's going to be times that you get a little bit of trouble. We're growing up. On the flip side, in this job, I love just seeing what they've done. I mean, they're contributing to the economy at a high level. Back to that visit in December, we also were in Arizona meeting with one of our alums who was retiring and president of an architectural firm, and he did a lot with airports, and hearing about Metro Airport and the details, those are really important things that somebody had to think about how it would last and how it would serve people. I just am inspired and love that part of the job more than anything.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're doing a great job at it.
Well, I got a good team.
Yeah, you do. You have a great team. And just in general, the concept of having Giving Day. Last year was one of those things, let's just do it. This is the second year of this.
No, it's actually the 4th.
It's the 4th year, of this iteration.
Yes.
And really, second year of your involvement, really kind of helping lead the team. The concept of Giving Day.
Yeah.
Itself.
Well, the first thing is, the concept is to wrap it up. I'm sorry. We don't want to wrap up Giving Day yet. No, the concept is to raise money, to create awareness, but also we wanted to use it, my head was philanthropy and alumni engagement as a way that we can engage alumni. So even tonight, if you can't give this year, that's okay. Come out to one of the events, though. It's a great networking opportunity. You're a part of our family, and we want to see you there. It all just kind of folds in together very well.
Yeah, gotcha. All right, well, we are just moving along here, and we're moving into another hour here of stuff that's happening here at LTU here on Giving Day. So I'm just kind of making sure that we see where we're at, and I think we're going to get into the 1 o'clock hour, which is just coming up now, which is our faculty and staff impact hour. Which, again, we could go many hours, and again, it's getting pretty heated out there.
It really is. I would not be good at these games.
No, it takes a tremendous amount of coordination. Just somebody yelling at you while you're trying to do it just seems counterproductive, but it's all
It's
about
funny,
encouragement.
you bring up faculty and staff. It's actually, we talk about why I would like this job. It is so awesome to hear from our alumni how a particular faculty member, staff member, coach, advisor, all the different titles we all wear at the university, but when they can really tell you someone special, and you saw that last year when we went out too. And
Oh, yeah.
It just warms my heart to know that we're giving such a great experience to people, and they're able to remember that.
Yeah, exactly. And, faculty and staff. We don't talk, I don't think, enough. We love the students here, but there is an amazing collection of individuals here from all walks of life, from around the world, that teach the students, that help foster that curiosity.
Oh, yeah.
That, well, quite frankly, turns into the magic that you're seeing so much down the road. You just can't talk enough about the faculty here at LTU.
Cannot. Even in my case, I'm a graduate of Lawrence Tech. A lot of people don't realize that. I think of Jackie Stavros, who was a professor that I had the good fortune of having. And whenever I'm at that point, Lauren, where I'm I need to read something, I need to learn more, I'd like to give her a quick email or a call, because Jackie was such an engaging professor. You didn't feel like you were working in her classroom, although I probably worked the hardest in her classroom. It was just such a fun environment and rewarding is maybe the word I'm looking for. And then I think of stories like when you and I met with Java at Mockberry last year, and I think of Richard Lumsden, who was a professor here in the 70s to I think the mid-90s. But Javit's company, it's so important, quality control and perfection, essentially. And when he tells us that story, how don't take this Professor Dick Lundstrom, he doesn't grade easy. He's going to make you work really hard. And he did get that C like that everyone promised him. And, as you and I both know, Java's an A-plus student.
Yeah.
But he got a C in that class.
Yeah.
But then the next 2 times he takes those courses, when most students would have said, no way, not again, he does it again.
Yeah.
And gets incompletes.
Yeah.
But this time what the professor says to him, and what Dick did here was so great. He said, I'm not grading you until it is perfect, because I know you're capable of that. I had a chance to talk to Dick about a month ago. We're hoping to have him join us on June 1st at the gala.
He's up north, right?
Yeah, he's up in Harbor Springs.
Yeah.
And you could just tell while talking to him. But when I was telling him the impact he's had on students, he's like, no, I don't think so. I said, Peter Lang, a graduate of ours, we met with in Arizona, same thing. And he talked a story about I think they did an oil change and a tune-up on Dick's car, and they made one little mistake with it. And Dick thought they did it as a joke, and they're all like, you're the last professor we would play a joke on. We want to impress you. So just that, you think about it, you and I both love sports.
Yeah.
When you have that coach that inspires you to work even harder.
Right.
Same thing with faculty, and I think that's what we hear in a lot of our alumni stories, that how that faculty member took calls on a weekend or came up to campus and worked with them on their free time, but inspired them to be the best that they could be. It's just awesome.
Yeah, exactly. And so many of them, maybe the hardest professor you had here is the one you appreciate the most later on, because they were able to get something out of you that maybe you didn't feel you had.
I'll tell you a wonderful story. On convocations here, we had a speaker, an alum of ours by the name of Mike Pachero, and Mike graduated, I want to say 2014. He had a particular professor, Dr. Vogt, Dr. Vogt, you earn your grade. You're going to work very hard in this class. And Mike was telling me how he skipped his final paper in Dr. Vogt's class. And I was like, whoa, how could you think? He goes, well, Kevin, I calculated my grade, and I knew that I would pass, but I needed to put my time somewhere else. But this is what I love about what Mike did, and he learned from Dr. Vogt. He explained to him why he made that decision, and Dr. Vogt respected it because he knew he was going after his dream. And then our professor, Dr. Vogt, took the time to write his parents and say, the grade might not be great this time, but Mike's going somewhere. How sweet of a professor experience is that? It's just great.
Absolutely. And I'm sure we could sit here for 2 hours and just talk about professor experiences and the impact that they've had on the students here, and they continue to do. And, the other area that we're starting to see a tremendous growth in here at the university is that of research.
Sure.
And research is a huge, huge thing. And one of the big benefits of attracting a provost such as Dr. Richard Heist is his experience in the field of research and collegiate research. He himself had his life experience has been so vast, and when we're going to show a video here in a little bit, if you haven't had an opportunity to see, that kind of talks a little bit about his background and what his philosophy is on
he's a pilot too.
Oh yeah,
it's an amazing guy.
Yeah, he's an amazing guy. but he is really determined to make LTU an R2 university.
Oh, no doubt about it. Yeah, he will get accomplished. Great provost. I think, again, he always comes up with a solution. That's what I appreciate when I hear him in meetings, and I kind of wonder what his limits are, because I never hear a limit. I always hear ideas, solutions, and great enthusiasm, and very inspirational to work with somebody like that.
Yeah, and Dr. Soap was someone who brought him in.
Yeah.
Somebody who they worked together before and knew
Definitely.
that they would want to do that. So we've got a couple things that we're going to do here. We've got 2 videos that are going to run here back to back. And the first is such video that I explained that talks about Dr. Richard Heist and his background. The provost here now will be finishing up his first academic year here at LTU as the provost, as well as the new Dean of Health Sciences, Dr. Mary Scutton, who we had an opportunity to interview and chat with. And we will be showing that video as well. These are 2 new faces here to the university, 2 important faces at the university, and 2 people who are really going to move this university forward. So let's look at those 2 videos right now.
I was actually born and raised in a little town in southeastern Pennsylvania. It's about 45 miles northwest of Philadelphia. Give you the general sense of where that location is. Near the Pennsylvania Dutch country in Pennsylvania, in a little town called Birdsboro, B-I-R-D-S, Birdsboro. And it's between Reading and Pottstown, and I always say near Reading because no one's ever heard of Birdsboro. But it was a great little town to grow up in. My parents were born and raised in the same area, so there was a strong family, a strong familial connection back in that part of the country. And in fact, my wife now, Molly, was born and raised about a quarter of a mile away from me. So we're both from that small town, members of the same church, went to the same high school, and just grew up in actually a great part of the country. I spent a lot of my youth hunting and trapping, and that's how I made money. I had trap lines that I would run and get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, you go check and all that sort of thing. But I lived there until I finished high school, and then I went away to college. And I left Pennsylvania and went to North Carolina because my mother and father weren't all that excited about the company I was keeping, and they wanted to get me as far away as possible from Pennsylvania. So I went down to North Carolina and spent 4 years down there at Catawba College. Again, a great small college, about 1,000 students, but it was really a terrific experience.
We did 3 different searches, and all of them, I'm not going to say they failed, but we learned something with each one of them. And then Dr. Soap said, hey, you know what? I have somebody that I really think has integrity and that really has experience and knowledge and has done this in multiple places. Emory-Riddle of all places, which is a phenomenal university. And so I said, trust your gut. And so he brought Dr. Heist in. Immediately, I said to myself, oh my gosh, it's like things happen for a reason. And he was the guy. He's calm, he's patient, he asks all kinds of questions. He's happy, he's motivated, he wants to be involved, and he's excited about the opportunity, and we're so fortunate to have him.
He is in charge of all of the different colleges. Now we have 5, including health sciences now. So he is in charge, he oversees the deans, he oversees anything that has to do with academics. There is also the IT department where any online learning, like e-learning, he oversees that. He now recently took over athletics, so he oversees that. He's instituting a PhD and building on the PhD programs we already have at the university. So he's bringing all of the knowledge and experience that from his previous institutions to expand all the programs and our offerings at the university.
It's a big job. I always actually say that on campus, the provost should be the busiest person because of the extent of the academic internal affairs that he has to manage. The provost on a daily basis deals with the curricular issues, he deals with the budgetary issues corresponding to all of the operations he is responsible for in the 5 colleges, in addition to student affairs, in addition to economic development and athletics and management thereof.
He's in the trenches in regards to the policies that are being developed, the academic oversight, the development of new programs, and the evaluation and investment in the programs that we currently have. So on a daily basis, we are interacting in regards to, maintaining the current ship of things we have going on, and we're continually adding to that ship and making it a better ship.
From the university standpoint, the academic reputation is key. We really want to grow the academic reputation. And the way that happens is through your research. Because the example I often give to people is if you look at the textbooks that they're using at Caltech or Harvard or Princeton or Case or the other places that you would normally think of right away when you think of MIT, we use the same books, we teach the same material, and we may even do it better. But yet, when people are asked about top flight universities, what do they say? They say, well, that's because of the research, because of what they've been able to do through their many years of research activity as R1 institutions. Well, that raised their academic reputation, and that's what will happen to this institution if we grow our research enterprise, mostly applied research enterprise. So it's not the only thing, it's in addition to quality teaching. That's always going to be the case. We always have to be a first-class instructional institution. We got to serve our students, but this has got to happen too at the same time. And there's a symbiotic effect that will raise the reputation and the visibility of this institution. So to me, that's really key.
I think both with Dr. Heist and Dr. Soap's vision, they complement each other really well, which is essential in higher education, so that they're on the same page, so that they can build that vision throughout the colleges, the departments, the staff, all of that, right? So I think you're going to look at all the vision taking place. So we're going to have more students. You're going to have a more developed College of Health Sciences. You're going to have AI infused in a lot more programs than we do right now. You're going to see opportunities for additional spaces that we need coming to fruition, and you're going to see a well-developed marketing that has never been done in the history of the university, which will bring us many more and more students like we have today.
For the last 8 months, the provost has been absolutely the busiest person on campus, and the outcomes of this in terms of our enrollment growth, in terms of the new number of students coming in terms of the reputation of our academic and professional development programs getting to be incredibly well known, not only locally and regionally, but across the country. The outcomes have been truly exceptional, and on a personal level, I'm very pleased. Richard is really, in many ways, an old friend and a great colleague to work with.
He's able to bring that knowledge and bring that experience it's a benefit to the university. So it's so far so good. He's had some good feedback and it's been a very positive change.
Having that breadth and depth helps with building a new college or fixing or developing the kind of vision Dr. Soap has for the university on the other end. So he is the right person at the right time, and I think all of that beforehand should have happened to get us to where we are now.
I would say I have enjoyed our time together, and I hope we have a lot of additional time where I can learn and grow from his experience and get some really good things done.
Just thankful for the opportunity to be able to work with Dr. Heist, and I'm looking forward to as many years as he can give us. So, thank you, Dr. Heist.
up on the west side of the state. My grandparents immigrated from the Netherlands. We were isolated at the time because we lived on Lake Michigan, have always been involved around the lakeshore, and from there, it was really just a great thing.
With the College of Health Sciences at LTU, Dr. Scutton takes over a growing portfolio of highly regarded academic programs in nursing, healthcare administration, physician assistant studies, and cardiovascular perfusion.
I was always aware of Lawrence Tech, particularly around engineering and high quality of engineering programs that it had. So even as being a local Michigan person on the west side of the state, then Lawrence Tech was seen as one of the strongest places to go for an engineering degree and to be involved in any of the technology that was in there. So it's had a great reputation for decades.
On May 1st, Dr. Mary Scutton will join Lawrence Technological University as the founding dean of the new College of Health Sciences. Dr. Scutton comes to LTU from Central Michigan University, where she was executive vice president and provost. She was previously the dean of the College of Health and Human Sciences at San Jose State University in California. She has also held teaching, administrative, and coaching positions at Calvin University and Grand Valley State University in Michigan and at Dordt University in Iowa.
The thing I would say that really excites me about this is the focus of this college is going to be on patient-based care. Hospitals are starting to move to that. Post-COVID, they've seen that outcomes-based care isn't the way to go, and they're moving to that, and Lawrence Tech is already there. We're going to be teaching healthcare individuals to look at patients, but then we're also going to be giving them the tools to do that and support each other as well. So we're going to be very, very in line, in particular with our partner, Henry Ford / Ascension, on compassionate care and moving with a holistic view of how to help any individual.
Dr. Scutton is excited about the opportunity to combine the LTU theory and practice mission, its renowned technological and engineering reputation, and its entrepreneurial spirit with healthcare degree programs that will develop leaders for the burgeoning career opportunities in this field. Welcome, Dean Scutton.
And we're back. I got with me right now our Dean of Architecture, College of Architecture and Design, Dean Daubman. How you doing today, Carl? Good. All right. So we just want to talk to you a little bit about what's going on in the college right now. I know that we're getting towards the end. So what things are going on?
We are getting towards the end. We're doing, it's the time in the semester when we have our final reviews. And that's a moment when all of the students share their work, they present their work, and we often have a bunch of alumni and professionals on campus to discuss that work. And then part of that on May 2nd, we're going to have our end of the year show. So all of
the second one, right?
This is, well, we've been doing it for a number of years, but it's growing in its scale. And so
it was great last year. I was very impressed with the work.
Last year was the first year that we did it on campus.
Okay.
Before we used to do it down in Detroit, and we decided to move it back to campus because when we talk to alumni, one of the first things I ask is, when was the last time you were on campus? And many people haven't been back since they graduated, and so it's a nice moment to get them back.
It led to us gaining somebody from our Alumni Association Board. Last year, Nathan Harvey came out to it.
Oh, right.
And he's been active since, so we love it.
Oh, good.
But, you know, one of the things I really caught last year at the show was I tend to think of just as a school of architecture at times. And I know you've worked very hard to make sure people understand design's a much bigger umbrella. But I was very impressed with the different, I mean, one was hockey jerseys that somebody had designed.
That student just got a job doing that now.
Oh, that's awesome.
And so for him, that was a really great moment of what he studied, and now he's actually getting to do that.
So it
as
shows
a
the show works.
yeah, it works.
In terms of the College of Architecture, one of the other observations I've had since being in this role, you do have great involvement of alumni, giving you talent, their time.
Absolutely.
Talk a little bit about that.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of discussions just about like having advisory boards, and it feels it's always we've probably oscillated between having a formal advisory board, but there are so many professionals, many of whom are alumni, are just so connected, and so it's easy just to pick up the phone, shoot them an email, pick their brain about something, and then when they're back for reviews, they also provide feedback, as well as through their hiring process. So they'll call me and say, oh, we just reviewed some portfolios, let's talk about something.
So you're heading out to Grand Rapids today too for our
I
celebration.
am, just after this.
So talk about, we have a lot of alumni in the architectural fields, construction, medical fields out in Grand Rapids.
Absolutely. No, it's an interesting, it's far enough away that it feels kind of separated, but being able to get back there just with talking about furniture, talking about architecture, talking about a lot of things, there is a strong community there.
I know you like Steelcase too.
I do.
Jamie Moyer will be there tonight.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing her.
What teams do if you're an alum, and you and I were talking last week about an alum who was like, or a supporter I should say, who was like, how can I help the College of Architecture? What are some things our alumni who are watching today that might be like, I want to have an impact. I want to help Dean Dobbin be more successful. What are your college's needs?
Yeah, I think, like everyone in the university, like everyone in higher education, the cost of education is pretty steep. And so scholarships are a big part of that. But I think from beyond scholarships, I think we've got a lecture series that's really robust where we bring in people from all over to share what they're doing. That's something that we do with our operational dollars normally, so that's a nice moment. As well as getting people involved in some of the industry-sponsored classes and studios where we can work alongside someone or a firm that has a project that they're working on and be able to engage the students that way.
So I'd also be, if I didn't bring up AI, I think of you when I think of artificial intelligence.
That's cool.
But I'm just amazed when I'm on LinkedIn at night and I see how many of our College of Architecture alumni are into it as well. Talk a little bit about AI and...
Yeah. Well, I could talk a lot about AI.
Sure you can.
But one of the examples of the advisory board thing too is that we had a group of about 15 industry people. Like I wanted to get a sense of the what was happening in firms around AI. And so we ended up polling, almost like polling the leadership from 15 firms that are kind of regional or national firms. They often designate it to someone else, right? Someone who's at a high level, maybe doesn't familiar with these things, and sent someone. And so out of the 15 people we invited, I think 12 were alumni.
Oh, wow.
Which was amazing. So it ended up being this kind of alumni discussion, but it feels like, really wonderful discussions for us about how they're using it, how we're using it, what they think the expectations of graduating students should be around AI. And really what it's done is allows us, there are a lot of, it's a kind of trigger point. There's a lot of people with a lot of opinions about AI. One of the things that I love about it is that it is sourcing other information. But the point that I make is that we have always done that as designers and architects. We always reference history. We always think about what's been done before and how we adapt it and change it. And so AI does that really, really well. And so now we're able to talk about history. Like one example is that we took students to Rome. And the project that we had them do was to photograph things that they saw as we were visiting sites in Rome and start AI blending those images with other things. And so on the fly, they were using AI to make design proposals. And the speed with which you can do that, as well as the kind of vividness and the detail within those images, it eclipses what I was able to do as a student with drawings and renderings.
Now, I understand you put a post out today related to AI, is that correct?
Did I?
That's what somebody had shared with me on LinkedIn, that you've been putting out an image every day of different...
Oh, yeah. I started a project about 630 days ago where I post one image or multiple images every day where I'm trying to tell a longer story around something. And so there's been overlaps, like we talk about design being more broad, conversations with some of our faculty in game design around world building and how we might take some of these ideas and really think about flushing out something that's much larger than just like one simple building.
One other thing I noticed too, that when I hear you talk about it, is how you embrace, and I really think this is great for the students to know, how you embrace it using it as a tool, not as someone trying to cheat or get. We got to be able to use it like a calculator was back in the day. I guess when it was introduced.
Well, I'll give two examples. One, when ChatGPT started happening. Well, I'll back up. I'll say we're a technological university. We want our students to be well versed in these things and be curious about technology. So when this started, there was a kind of incident like, okay, don't use ChatGPT, and students used it on a history exam, a take-home history exam. Well, fast forward 1 year, what the faculty have done is to take the questions, give it to ChatGPT, and now it's the student's job to validate what ChatGPT has said. And so in a lot of ways, we've taken away that kind of very easy thing of like, take the questions, feed it in.
You can't just study for the answer anymore. You got to explain it.
Right. And so now what we have to do is we have to validate what AI gives us, and it really ratcheted up that level of engagement related to those things.
It's kind of funny because I was relieved I was no longer dean of students when that happened.
I remember. Another story though at that AI dinner the other night was that one of our recent grads was there, and it was actually the case of two pretty young people in industry that they were delegated as the AI person, and one of them, like, she said she graduated from LTU with a kind of appreciation for technology, and she didn't learn it in school, but she's embraced it in practice. And I think it's that kind of resilience and that kind of curiosity around technology that really sets up our students well.
Well, Carl, I can't thank you enough for your time today, and thank you for going out to Grand Rapids. Enjoy.
Are you doing this all day long?
We're doing this till 3 o'clock. No. My team couldn't listen to me that long. But no, we'll go to Shields, but have a good time out in Grand Rapids. And thank you for everything you do for the university.
Yeah, thank you. This is great.
Yep. I think coming up next, if I'm not wrong, we have our Dean of Students, Joe Baldwin. Dr. Joe Baldwin, I should say.
Yes. Get it right, Kevin.
So I got no coaching. Are we supposed to look at the camera? Not to look at the camera?
I think they were fine with us. They weren't telling us not.
I was watching upstairs. Yeah, you were.
I'm not.
You were looking
looking elsewhere.
Learning as we go here. We are hot, as they said. That means we're online. Dr. Baldwin, how are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm great.
Awesome.
So you just started here in what, September, I want to say?
September. Yes.
Yeah.
So the first for everything, including this.
Yeah, no, this is, last year was the first time we live streamed for it, and, it just kind of makes the day more of an event and kind of almost like a homecoming in some respects.
Yeah,
so.
it's fun.
So, hey, you've been at Lawrence Tech now for a good, at least half a year, we can say, right? What are you enjoying the most right now?
Right now, just getting to know the area. I was raised in Flint and spent most of my adult life in Tennessee. So, just like getting right back into being in Michigan, and I love our students and our staff. My staff in student affairs is amazing. So I am excited to kind of just sit back and watch how everything operates here, and then hopefully make improvements to the student experience.
One of the things where you help us out when we go out and we speak with alumni is opportunities where students you are seeing need help. What are some of the things that you see students need-wise?
Man, I think a lot of times people think students who are in college are able, they have some really strong financial backgrounds, or they're being supported somehow by their families, and a lot of times it's really simple things like food or clothes. The emergency fund that we've had access to, we've been able to assist with car repairs, those things that pop up in everyone's lives that you can't really plan for, and when you have not enough and then something like that happens, it really can put some damage on your academic life. So car repairs, food, clothing. Our food pantry is totally depleted at this point in the year, so we're using that funds for really essential things for our students.
Good to hear it's helping, but it's also, amongst all the successes, there's still the challenges.
Sure,
right?
For sure.
When it comes to the university and student life and housing, did I hear that there might be, there's going to be probably a need for new housing at some point, huh?
I've heard this. Yes. So I've heard that we might be getting some new housing, and that is an exciting prospect.
If there was a new student housing center built, what type of concept would you want it to have?
I think we have some of our newer buildings are the community style, so I think we're covered there for the foreseeable future. I think students really need an independent style living space, so apartment style where you can still have shared space and a roommate, but you have a kitchen, you have the bathrooms inside the space. You have a refrigerator, those kinds of things, maybe some laundry units inside the apartment so that people can really start thinking about what is life after college and how can we help them get prepared for those kinds of things instead of taking a shower in a community bathroom and then eating in the cafeteria.
Right.
Like, how do you manage all of the other things of adulthood? So that would be my vision. That would be my hope, and it's a popular option for students. And so I think as they progress through their time at LTU, they should also be progressing in like those life skills.
That makes sense. What ways could our alumni come back and engage and help you with students and student affairs?
I think a really great example, a recent example, is our etiquette dinner. Dr. Donna Bell came, and she's also
wonderful.
a board member, but she's an amazing alum.
She's super.
And she was excellent at that event. Could not have asked for a better speaker that had like real knowledge about what our students experience and how she progressed through her career, and just poured all of that wisdom into our students that attended that event.
I was blown away when I called her. She had a commitment and had to lead a ballroom. She changed that flight.
Yes, yes.
Gotta love that.
And she was amazing. And so I think that's one way, is when we make those phone calls and we're asking for like real life experience and how we can help educate our students, because I'm a firm believer that student life, like there's so many things outside of a classroom that students need to know before they leave us, and we are an integral part of that. And so things like the etiquette dinner, things like coming back and doing talks with our students, maybe just within their college even, ways that student affairs can partner with our academic departments. So yeah, I think any way that people would want to come back and engage with us, I would be open to hearing about.
I know job fairs, you see a lot of our alumni
Yes.
back, working for their companies
Yes.
now, hiring us. That's always great to see them grown up
Yes.
on the other side of the shoe. Any initiatives you're looking to launch in the next year?
Oh man, there's so many things.
Too many?
There's so many things, like just I think improving. I think that any institution, the institution I worked at previously as well as here, we're still coming back from the pandemic in terms of engagement, and so I think my focus for next year will be getting people out of the confines of the building and getting them back outside. Yesterday, the Eclipse was a great event on campus, and so it was awesome to see. It was the first time since I've been here that I saw more than like 10 people in the quadrangle, and I was like, there are people here.
It was beautiful.
So I think
the weather was perfect for it.
Yes, it was beautiful. Perfect day, and I think that's my focus, is getting people back out and doing things and engaging. Having some larger programs that are fun. When you grow up and you get a job and you're working, there's still so much time outside of that work day to engage in things that you love that bring you happiness. And so I think Student Affairs is the place where we can provide some of those opportunities to find a hobby, to find something that you're interested outside of your professional life. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to kind of facilitate some of those things.
That's awesome. Well, that's all I've got for today.
All
so
right.
I hope it was easy.
Well, thanks for having me.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. I think you're fine. You can't see the perspiration.
Okay, once again, we are live here inside the atrium at Lawrence Technological University. We thank the new Dean of Students, Joe Baldwin. Your old job, as they say.
You know, it seems years ago. She's doing a great job. And,
Yeah.
the generations, they continue to change into different learning needs. And the university really got a good person in Dr. Baldwin to lead that.
Yeah. want to first also just be able to give a shout out to the Yellow Flag production team here inside, keeping it going, keeping it live, doing everything that we need to do, rolling the videos in and going out and getting the video that we need here in the atrium and all that. Great job as always. Great team. Yes, I'm very happy with the guys. There you go. They clap for themselves. But really, we are a great team here overall here, and Yellow Flag has been, thankfully, really blessed and been involved with it.
Well, I'll just give you guys a real compliment here. Those scholarships.
I was not fishing for that.
No.
Okay,
But I'll tell you, one of the things that made me really proud when we did those scholarship thank you videos.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
I love when
there were a lot of them.
I like when your colleagues at our university are saying, "Wow, we never thought of that."
Right.
We would have never been able to do that without your partnership.
Yeah.
So that was just really great.
Well, I do appreciate that. And I want to say this, I think it's time you put your game face on here, Kevin, all right? And I want you to look into the camera, and I want you to tell people it's important that they donate.
Oh,
okay,
it's so important.
because we're kind of stuck a little bit right now, where we're only at about, I don't know, it's 110, 115, something like that. So what's that? 117, all right? So we want to see that number significantly grow. So again, make your case as to why it's important.
Well, I think you're hearing some of the case today already. It's just great stories of success, but I also think you hear the need. Like what Dr. Baldwin was, pointing out was the needs of students to keep them in classes. A car repair might sound like nothing, but a student's on his way or her way to campus and gets in a car accident. I used to I love fractions, Lauren. And so like if a student misses 2 weeks of a semester, that's 1/7 of the semester they've missed. That's a significant amount of time. A car accident or not having a book can be like that. A few years ago, I had a student that couldn't afford his laptop deposit fee, and I was just really tight in my budget. We figured it out, but he went 4 weeks to start the classes out without the main tool. So the first thing is you can make an impact to immediate needs for students. The second thing, though, is you can make a long-term impact too. So for myself, when I, a few years back, had a conversation with my wife and wanted to do an endowed scholarship, which, we see today, what we announced one day, Ken Glaze, one of our graduates from the, I want to say the early 70s, would have been 72, 73 actually, just did a endowed scholarship. In the case of Ken, though, he now knows the money he put there will be forever, because it carries off the principal to the interest. Some student forever will benefit each year from that scholarship. We always love working with people on those, designing them in particular so that it has the impact that you are seeking. The thing is, the cost of higher ed, one thing that we always remind people is we don't have the assistance of state and federal money like a public university does. So it might look like we cost more, but we really don't. They have a subsidy that's coming in.
That's right.
So that's what we're kind of making up for with scholarship. And the last piece is, I just want to see more people get an opportunity to have the success that you had. So if you're in a position where you're considering a donation, I know this, you probably have had enjoyed success, the university had a good impact, or you knew somebody else that had a good impact on. Help us to continue to pass that on, and we'll make sure it's being used in the way that you intend it.
Well, there you go. I feel that was a very impassioned plea.
Thank you.
And I hope that they take it to heart. And again, don't feel like if you are starting to, if you want to become a donor and you want to give, that all of a sudden now you're on some list and you're just going to be hammered all the time. No. And again, it's not something like we need to kill your bank account either. You know what I mean? This is to give what you feel comfortable, and just the mere act of giving is what really spurs on, I think, a lifetime of enrichment.
Yeah, it sure does. I think we always, when we give to others, we feel even better. But I think it's what completes us as well. None of us got here without a lot of help and assistance from other people. And, that's what I like to think is that what we're all doing today is we're providing that same, boost that other people have given us over the years. And, it's just incredible stories from alumni over the years that somebody did take the time to do that with. And from there, it led to success for that individual.
Yeah, we're going to push on to something that we call the Faculty and Staff Campaign and Celebration. And so, first off, why is it important?
Well, the funny thing is about why is it important. We, every year, Rachel, again, from our team, leads the Faculty and Staff Campaign, and that is where we're asking, the people that work at the university to consider giving to the university. And you know, I get challenged every now and then by colleagues who are like, why do you do that? And I'll never forget, I had one individual last year who called me up and said, hey, today's the last day to give a donation. I said, I'm aware. And he said, I'm giving you 1 minute to convince me. And I was a little irritated, I will admit it, because it was a colleague, right?
Right.
And I just said, let me just take a deep breath before I answer this, because I got to think about it.
Yeah.
And I said, you know what? I want you to go, because I knew what that individual would be doing later that night. I said, you're going to be looking at our students, and you tell me you can't give back to them to help make their days better. And he wound up, donating. And the funny thing is, I made him a promise that day. I said, I promise you, you'll see what your gift does to help. Well, move forward a year later, and I saw that somebody that he was helping was in his organization. We were able to help with an emergency scholarship. And I called him and I said, hey, I just want to remind you, what you did last year did work. He goes, Kevin, hands down, I agree. He goes, I was totally surprised. I told that person to go to the financial aid office. They might be able to get help. And it happened. I said, see? So that's one of the things that I think for our faculty and staff is they care a lot about the students in front of them. And they like to make sure that those students have the experiences that they want to have, whether it be like Blue Devil Motorsports. A lot of our faculty and staff like to give to that. Yeah. Could be athletics, could be the scholarship, emergency scholarship. They can do a lot of different things. And we celebrate that. And I think it's extremely important because, most people who work at Lawrence Tech, they put a lot of hours in. It's like you at Yellow Flag, it's your craft you love. You can't really time it because then you do it at night, you just love it as much. But when it's feeling effortless, or it's you seeing how it's appreciated, it's worth the effort always. And so on our end, it's the part I struggle sometimes with asking faculty and staff to give is I know they've given us a lot of their time and talent already. However, there's a point where, quite frankly, money's needed as well. And I just very honored when a faculty or staff member gives to help our students, because I know they are given a lot already as it is, but why not continue a little bit further? So we bring them back this year. If you gave, I think it was $50, we got everybody a free hoodie, the Lawrence Tech logo, and we gave out a couple hundred this year, I want to say, and a nice picture with everybody in their Blue Devil hoodies. Next year, we're not sure what the surprise will be exactly. We're working on something, but we try to do something each year that's a little unique, that makes it fun for people to give, but also brings us back as that common community that we are. And that's what I really liked about this year's celebration. We were all wearing the Blue Devil white and blue. I just remember, you might remember this, Lauren, when you started here, if you went into the school bookstore, you wouldn't know what our school colors were. It was a plethora of colors there with our logo designed different ways. Yeah. So I'm always, I always love it when I see us all together, and it's,
you're a brand guy.
Yeah,
yeah. No, I get it. And you know what? Yellow Flag put together a scholarship.
Yes,
you came, and a shout out to our president, Lou Batante, and he said, this is important. It's
and
something
I think
we
your
need
first
to do.
recipient's doing pretty good, Elizabeth.
She really is.
She is.
She's a recent graduate of the College of Media Communication, and she is now an employee at Yellow Flag, and she's doing great work. And I think the sky's the limit. We have quite a few, actually, very talented women, especially, who've come through our doors that were connected to the university in a variety of ways, that are now doing great things. Just to think of Jenna Skalski, who's Jenna Rose, and her partner in crime, Jason Ross Jr., when he was here.
He's got some pipes.
And both of them doing phenomenally out there in the world. And so hopefully that's what this scholarship will do, is to, for those who are connected to us in whichever way.
And there's a great example of the scholarship that Lou and your team created. There weren't as many for students in media communications at that point. So that was where your interest was, right?
Yes.
And so that's one of the things I always say to people, like my wife and I, when we did our Endow scholarship, I know for my wife, really important to her was women in architecture. So we wanted to make sure that scholarship would help somebody who wanted to study architecture, in particular, if there was a female, that a female would know those funds were available. So I really love when you can sit down with somebody and craft that impact they want to do. But with our faculty and staff, just to build on that a little bit more, many faculty and staff volunteer each year, about 20 to 25, I would say, to lead the campaign. And they go to their fellow workmates, and they ask them to give. And again, I can't thank them enough, because one, they're already giving money usually, and they're also now giving their time too, which is just really great. But what a testament to the university.
Sure.
Most of my friends would never think about giving to their company. right? And here, it's something that I would feel like I was
punching that clock.
Yeah, no, I would feel horrible about it if I didn't, because it's such a good investment.
Absolutely. And, you know, one of the things that comes out of those who give, and I just want you to touch on it before we get to our video, and that is the Emergency Scholarship. Can you please just elaborate on what that is, the Emergency Scholarship Fund?
So the fund was set up in a way that anything that the judgment of our Dean of Students or financial aid office felt that student needed like a little push financially to help them out. It could go to help out with some missing tuition dollars that they're coming short up on. But it's often things that we don't predict that happen, like a car accident and needing a repair so that I continue to commute to school. A book that got added on in the semester and an extra cost.
Right.
Sometimes it's just prescription. You know, I had a student a few years ago that was struggling in classes, and I was trying to work with him on it. And what he pointed out to me was, when I have this medicine, I concentrate a lot better, but I just can't afford it right now.
Wow.
How much is it? $45. Well, that's an easy fix for us right there.
Right.
So the Emergency Scholarship Fund, it allows people, and we try to keep it without red tape. We want the decision maker to be like, go get it done. If they felt it made sense, then get it done. Not too rule driven, because I've seen in the past when there's been funds like that established, the rules are great and then none of the money goes out. I'd rather make a mistake maybe on somebody whose intention wasn't great, because I know that 99 out of 100 are going to have the right intention, and it's a great match.
Oh, and they'll always remember that. And again, that's when
speed's so important then.
Oh, absolutely. Yep. Yes. Time is of the essence in those situations. And the fact that then when they graduate and they've found a way to push through, that's when maybe they think about becoming a donor, because the school was there when they needed them most.
Definitely, we see that all the time.
And that's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
That is an uncomfortable situation
Lauren,
to be
I ask
in.
you this. None of us like to ask for help.
Right.
It's unfortunate, because my marriage would be, my wife would be a heck of a lot happier if I would ask for help when I need to. But, you know, it is something for younger people in particular. They're gaining their voice.
Yeah.
But oftentimes the people they have to ask for the help are the people that they are fearful are judging them. So they feel like they let us down. No. You know, this is one of the things about Dr. Soap that I really appreciate about working for him. He has a huge heart.
Yeah.
And he starts with always, when we're problem solving, like, what's the best way to serve the student here? And I feel that we've kept that Emergency Scholarship Fund in that same spirit of the student themselves being able to get the access to it, making it a fast process, and making it where they don't feel like they have to beg.
Yeah.
Because it's like that, then it becomes dehumanized and they won't take advantage of it.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. All right, we're going to move. So we were talking about faculty and staff a little bit here. We have another video that we want to share with you, and this is our faculty and staff celebration video. So let's take a look at that right now.
Today we're celebrating our annual faculty and staff campaign. Each year, faculty, staff, my colleagues and I, we give money back to the university for the students. And this year it resulted in over $40,000 that helped students this past fall semester with different financial needs. So, you know, it's a really feel-good event. We all love our students, but this really just shows you the extra care and love that our faculty and staff give to our students each year.
This is really important, especially this year, because times can be tougher on our students. Money is tight nowadays more than ever, but our students are even tougher. And what supports them is the faculty, staff, their families, and anyone out there that supports them. So for our faculty and staff to take that next step further and show their generosity for our students, it really means the world for us. So we're really taking a day to celebrate them. And then also this year, for those that gave a certain amount, we were passing out these sweatshirts here, as you see behind us. And we really just want to show that school spirit and support LTU.
Thanks to your donations, I've been able to pursue my dreams of mechanical engineering without the burden of overwhelming financial stress. Your generosity has allowed me to focus on my studies and extracurricular activities, and has provided me with valuable opportunities, personal and academic growth.
Our hope for today is to maintain this momentum and create even more opportunities for our faculty and staff to give in our next campaign, the 2024 campaign. This event is extremely important because when we give, we're providing opportunities for students to come to Lawrence Tech and achieve a world-class education in a top-notch technological institution.
All right, so thank you to the faculty and staff, and that seemed like a really cool event. I want to, we've got a little time here, and so I've got some things that I'd like to, it's always fun to pick your brain and talk about. You've been connected.
We're going to talk Lions draft, huh?
Yeah, we're not going to go there yet, but we are getting into athletics coming up. That is in the next hour.
I saw Coach Pickens arrive.
Exactly, so that's a good precursor. But I will say a couple things. Number one, the last gentleman we saw there, Dr. Matt Cole. Right. He is doing tremendous things. The College of Business and Information Technology is one of the colleges that you may not be the first thing you think of when you think about Lawrence Technological University and its vast history. Engineering, of course, is what it was founded on, and then architecture and design has really taken a leading role. But what he is doing with the university in introducing new curriculum, especially the one we're excited about, is the sports management degree program that is going to be beginning this fall. Obviously, if you're a student athlete, sometimes you're coming to LTU because you want the experience of playing college sports, of what it is, and maybe you just haven't figured out exactly what you want to do. They are very excited about that particular program because that's something they want to get interested in, and he's leading the way.
Think about it, just luckily in here in Detroit, how many options for entertainment there are every night with athletics, and how much time our children spend at it. So there is many different opportunities there.
Lots of career opportunities.
We joked in our office, Matt, in that video for the Giving Day celebration, which is incredible. Like be careful, Kevin. He might be coming for your job.
Wait till you see his Dean video. So we're still producing that, but his interview that I interviewed him, I want to say about 35, 40 minutes. Granted, you're only going to have like a 5-minute video at the end of the day, but his life story is truly remarkable, and his commitment and passion is, it's just... it's exciting.
The last year, too, looking at different alumni and graduations and what majors, industrial management was a huge major in the 60s and 70s here. It came out of the College of Business, and so many alums just doing very well that had that as a major back then. That then, transitioned to industrial engineering. That's why I wound up in the College of Engineering from there.
Yeah.
But it was a very powerful major that many of our alums did well with. The other thing about the College of Business is... they really, it's because it's a smaller college, they really do know their students very well.
Yeah.
And, so I think for Matt, that just really fits his personality well.
Yeah, and you said people like Jackie Stavros, who, you know what I mean, are institutions here, pillars.
And see, Jackie's just not a professor, she's also our faculty athletic rep. So she's working with the student athletes to make sure that they're, her and Professor Ty Faulkner, to make sure that students are, if they're playing on the basketball court for us, they're also performing the same level in the classroom, right? But she also then is a great supporter of them. Loves seeing them compete. She's reposts their victories online, congratulations. And Jackie's thing is, she always is talking about pretty much positive, being very positive, and she's always reminding people like you can look and see the negative, or you can look and find an opportunity, have belief. It's just like, I think she's a great person for student athletes, particularly because they're going to win some, lose some, right? And you got to keep that mental state to believe that you're always going to win. And I think she does a great job of helping them see the forest in those times when you can't see the trees still, right?
Right. She's a glass half full
definitely.
Of personality, and we love her. And, tying that kind of along the lines with students, and maybe you could talk a little bit about this. I learned recently about the shift that Jim Jolly and everything are doing with the Student Success Center, so that they can recognize the red flags that are happening when a student, for many times not even their fault of their own, just are struggling in whatever capacity. This new and improved Student Success Center is really going to help retention.
The first thing Mr. Jolly is working on is, this, if you can get them through the first year and they're in good standing after that first year, your chances of getting them to graduation have greatly increased.
Yes.
Most are going to fall in that first year. So, again, you look for signs and measurements. So communication is such a key part of it. So what Jim has been working on the last year is we had the Academic Achievement Center, we had university advising, and then quite frankly, our whole concept of advising at the university is usually it's done by a faculty advisor. But in the first year, they're going to really focus on that being through the advising center and combining that with the Academic Achievement Center, because so many of those little things that will come up and be a challenge for a first-year student, now they're in one place.
Yep.
The other thing is to make sure when there's indications, or what I used to always call red flags, that somebody's looking at those. So, like, attendance is a big one for freshmen.
Sure.
I remember you'd see a student in your office, and it's November, and you're starting to look over how the semester went for them, and they miss 6 of the first 8 classes. I'm like, whoa. And I would always say to a student athlete, I would say, challenge them this way: if you didn't play the first 2 periods of the hockey game, and you're down 10-0, what's the chance of the third period you're going to come back? It's going to be really hard. You have no room for error at that point.
Right.
So, we don't want to see that happen to a student either. We realize that these are students who are still learning for the first time to do this on their own, but you can coach them, you can look out for them, and then make the resources more convenient. And I think Jim's a very analytical person.
Yeah.
So he looked at some of the things that we were doing that probably weren't generating the benefit that we thought they were, and said, maybe we're putting a lot of attention here, but nothing's coming out of it. More attention needs to come here.
Yeah.
And so I think he's done a really good job of making sure that we're making the most of what we have there at that moment.
Yeah, absolutely, and the key is getting them through. One of the really great advantages being at a smaller university, and I've interviewed several students who talk about, and we're in a time where mental health is obviously something that's first and foremost, where it wasn't for a long time. It's just like gut through it, like my dad would say, rub some dirt on it. Whatever, gut it through, play through the pain, but that's hard to do. It's easier said than done, and we're a lot more cognizant now of those who, need a little more counseling for whatever reason. And the unique thing about being at Lawrence Tech is that I think you have less of an opportunity to kind of get lost in the shuffle, lost in the crowd. And in your first year, when you're attending lectures of 500 people or more, that's hard to stay engaged unless you're really focused. So having class sizes maybe 10, 15, 20 people, where your professor is going to take a real interest in you, your chance for success grows immensely.
Oh, yeah.
And your chance of your education being much more valuable. You're going to learn more.
Oh, yeah. No, I think I kind of gave you one of my tips I used to use at orientation a few years ago with parents and new students. I would always say to parents, if you want to check in on your son or daughter during that first semester, ask them the names of their professors.
Yeah.
And then ask them to describe a typical day.
Yeah.
Usually you'll find the students that are struggling the most in that first semester who are not engaged, whether it be attending class, whether it be getting involved on campus. Those are very important things. Going to the cafeteria for lunch. You got to keep them moving, and you got to give people opportunities to kind of connect with them so they can help them too.
Yeah.
You're right on a good private university should actually be great at that.
Yes.
That's so. In our case, it's extremely important that we're doing a good job on that. If not, shame on us.
Right.
Nothing worse than knowing how much goes into getting a Lawrence Tech, first of all, then affording it to not be covering our end. And I feel very good about it that we do that. But at the same time, that's something that we're always striving to be better at too. Nowadays with students, what you see also is, they just communicate a lot different than you and I did.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
With the social media, the TikToks, the pressure is different.
Yeah.
So there's just different experiences. Us, I can't tell you how many students I meet coming out of high school now that don't have a driver's license. They just had no interest in it. That was the only thing I looked forward to, when I was 15. It was getting that license that next year.
I hear you. But it's unbelievable.
I guess as parents, we save some money with that.
Right. But what did our parents say about us, right? Same thing. It's all generational. It's all the same things. It's just different.
Oh, no. One thing I'm convinced of, and I always say this to our alumni, they will still be impressed with the spirit of creativity, being very inquisitive of our students, but also I do think this generation has a huge heart. And, if anything, sometimes they might put a little too much time into helping out in some of those scenarios where they could take care of themselves too. But that's what I love about them. I mean, it's very honorable.
I agree with that 100%. I have a 22-year-old who is just embarking on the world, and she was always very passionate about advocating. She worked for Clean Water Action. I mean, she did things that I wouldn't have in my day. And again, I don't know what that says about. I don't know what it says about me, but that was the furthest thing from my mind. They are much more aware of environment, of advocating for people, inclusion.
How they impact others. Yeah.
Yes, and so I really do believe that this next generation coming through the halls right now might be the biggest, most engaged alumni this university has ever seen.
That's the hope. I really hope that all the things my colleagues have done to make them have that, comprehensive experience. But I do think they're giving us a great setup, and look forward to just continuing that growth of those when they become alumni.
Yeah. So we're getting close to the top of the hour, and we're going to be getting into our athletics hour and our final hour here as we continue our live stream. But real quick, it's important that we get first-time donors and everything. How do people donate? And what's the goals? Why don't you reset what we're looking for to do
I'm
this
gonna
year?
pull up those stats right now.
Pull up some stats, and let's call out where we want to be at the end of the day.
First thing is we do have a website dedicated today. If you just Google LTU Giving Day, it's going to take you right to it. But essentially, our goal was to surpass 217 donors. We're at about 122 right now. And our goal was to surpass $347,000. We're showing around just under $170,000 right now. But we know we have some pretty significant gifts that have come in that had to be lined up and placed on there. So good stuff still happening. I think the only thing that I hope that we can accomplish, and I ask our alum and our supporters for this, is consider giving a gift today if you haven't already. And if it's your first time, we'll celebrate it with you. I promise you. But please help us help more students. Thank you.
Yeah, there it is. And there is a celebration event taking place tonight. So it's actually going to be starting up in about a couple of hours. So between 4 and 7, ironically around happy hour, is at Shields in Southfield. There is going to be an event going on. You see it on your screen now. And also at Founders Brewery in Grand Rapids. So if you are on the west side of the state, get yourself over.
Known for their beer, but they have great food too.
It's amazing. Yeah. And the environment is phenomenal.
Awesome,
It's right in the heart of everything. Yeah. And so between 4 and 7, if you are connected to LTU in some way and you come to this event, there is free food, there will be free drinks and whatever variety you choose, and it's just going to be a great event. We'll be stopping by Shields and saying hello to everyone as well, and just getting a chance to celebrate Giving Day. This is something that is now in its fourth incarnation, and we're really excited to be able to do this and do this live stream and just talk about the great things happening at LTU in a very concentrated basis. Okay, we're in our final hour, and so what we're going to get to now is our athletics section of this thing. Something is near and dear to your heart is near and dear to mine. We're both sports guys, as it were, and let's talk about, first off, we've been talking a little bit about it today, but just, this university is not just winning conference championships in several sports. Yeah. And by the way, there's over 24 NAIA varsity sports going on here at LTU. But it is now moving into the realm quite frequently of national championships. Right. Why don't you mention that?
Well, that's the thing. You look at take our bowling program and our women's lacrosse program. They're powerhouses. That's a sweet goal. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was. It was dope.
I was so happy for them.
Yeah.
I think the thing is, we knew this, and we had smart students that go to Lawrence Tech. So when you can take smart students that have a hard work ethic, you're going to get wins at some point. It's just we had to go through the lessons. You just don't come into the NAIA and dominate right away. There's great competition. I think that's one of the things that I really come to appreciate. I find myself enjoying sporting events, softball game here, a basketball game, a football game, hockey, whatever it might be, at the same level if I was at a Division I game. It's good competition. And then I know the story, so that always makes it a little bit sweeter. But, that all being said, I think most people they would be really impressed with is how much time goes into that craft, but how much time still goes into the classroom. It's not easy to be a student athlete. And I believe that we're seeing the NCAA change a lot right now. But I think the NAIA, with the way it focuses on the student athlete, is the way that we always wanted it to be at Lawrence Tech, and I feel good about it. And I think you're watching this highlight. Darn, we have some good athletes.
Yeah.
Really do.
Yeah, and one of the things I think that is important to understand is that NAIA competition, if you want to compare it to the NCAA, is really Division II level sports. One of the things that the NAIA gets to offer that, say, NCAA Division III schools do not are athletic scholarships. So what that does is ups the ante of athletic competition and the type of athletes that are performing in your conference. So for instance, in the Wolver Hoosier Athletic Conference, which is the majority of sports that the teams play in here, they are playing high-level competition. They are playing, in some cases, athletes who could see themselves at the next level, at the professional level.
Well,
of
you
some
know,
sport.
Scottie Pippen and Dennis Rodman were NAIA athletes. A lot of people don't know that.
I didn't know that.
I also think we should be very proud of how the NAIA started. You know, one of our famous stories or famous athletes is Blaine Denning. And Blaine Denning first was committed to play at University of Detroit at that time. I want to say University of Detroit was in the Missouri Valley Conference back then. And unfortunately, African Americans weren't allowed to travel at certain sites. So he didn't want to be on a team that he could only be partially on. He came to Lawrence Tech. The NAIA was originally the National Association of Intercollegiate Basketball. And it was the first organized athletic league for colleges that African Americans were completely allowed in every competition.
Right.
So I love that history of the NAIA.
That is huge.
And then, you know, the second piece is, you know, I think the NAIA does a great job with the championships. They make it a great experience for the students. So when our students have made it to those national competitions, they're having just a transforming, life-changing experience. You know, the basketball one's really neat. It's all done in one location, 32 teams. When we hosted the bowling last 2 years, actually 3 years, you know, they're usually getting to go to some type of cultural event, a very nice Detroit-style eats, and then there's the competition itself. And they're all after that red banner, as you know, which is kind of a cool tradition in the NAIA, too.
No, it is. And, you know, on the hockey side, which is something that's near and dear to my heart, two programs. We've got the Division I program here, and then we've got the ACHA Division III program. Congratulations to the Division III team for winning the national championship. Amazing. That is a great feat, and got to beat schools like Grand Valley along the way. So, you know, that's kind of fun. And that's kind of what hockey is, you know, where you've got a mishmash of schools. And you look at the Frozen Four, or, you know, in the NCAA level, and you'll see schools like the RIT, you know, who are competing for national championships. So the small schools can really excel in hockey. Hockey is, you know, credit to Ken Gaffney and what he's been able to build here. Hit the evolution of just the hockey program alone from where it started. And it was one of the first, you know, kind of club sports.
To be honest, when I started as a dean of students, one of the first challenges I worked with, at that time, Scott Trudeau was the assistant director of athletics, and then we had a individual named Leslie Wilson, who was our student life person. I said, why don't we show them, because we were talking about athletics, why don't we show them that we could put a decent event together where a lot of students would come and attend and support the team. So we had a club hockey team at that point, and we scheduled to play the Red Wings alumni team. And we sold our arena out in Southfield that night, and we lost very easily. But, I mean, you really saw what a pro can do. Right? But at the same time, we had such a great event. And what it did prove was there was a great spirit that could be accomplished here, and it was one of the stepping stones to leading us to going after athletics. Now we're looking at some sports I would have never thought, but it's awesome. Flag football for women, which would be very exciting.
Men's
rugby,
volleyball.
Men's volleyball. Our team is good. They're fun to watch.
Rugby would be insane.
I know.
That's crazy. But I'll tell you what, it's got a very fast-growing presence in high schools.
No, it does.
I mean, there's some programs, like, for instance, in the metro area in Brighton, Birmingham kind of a unified
too,
team.
Right?
What's that?
Cranbrook's got
Ann Arbor has kind of a collective that's very a big rugby club. Out on the west side in Grand Rapids, there are some really, really strong rugby programs, and men and women.
Right, I have seen. You know, Lauren, the thing is, I get asked sometimes, so is that the focus? And it's like, no, that's not. What the focus is you have to have comprehensive experiences for a student thinking about coming to your school nowadays. So this just complements part of what they want to continue in their, as they close out their athletic careers in most cases in this.
Yeah, so what we're going to do now is we're going to get into a winter sports recap that we have put together here for you guys. And this kind of talks about everything that happened exciting. We just alluded to one of them. It was very exciting. And then we're going to talk a little football. So for those of you who are football fans, homecoming is coming up on September 28th. So we're going to get into that. We're going to meet if you haven't if you've been under a rock and you haven't learned that we have a new football coach here, somebody who is near and dear to my heart, a guy that I've had to know for the last 20 plus years, former head coach at Chippewa Valley, now here at Lawrence Tech, Scott Merchant. We're going to have a live conversation with him. But before we do that, let's get to this video, and that again is what took place, some of the great things that happened this winter here on campus for the Blue Devils.
On the newly resurfaced hardwood of the Don Riddler Fieldhouse, women's basketball finished their season with a 12-17 overall record while having a 10-12 record in conference play. Senior Jade Ferris and sophomore Kate Jacobs were named second team all-conference. Regular season ended with a thriller, an 88-87 victory over Madonna in double overtime. Men's basketball had a season for the history books as they accomplished their first ever 20-win season in the modern era. Leading the way for the Blue Devils was a superstar senior, Brandon Beavers, the WAC Player of the Year and the new all-time leader in points at Lawrence Tech, and a combined 2,002 points for his NAIA career. Beavers led the conference, averaging 20 points per game and coming second in rebounds and steals. Beavers was voted WAC Player of the Week for the final 3 weeks of the regular season and 4 times overall, including an NAIA National Player of the Week back in February. Blue Devils head coach Josh Pickens earned his share of the WAC Champion of Character Award for coaches. Women's bowling wrapped up their season in the qualifying rounds of the ITC sectionals in Allen Park. Men's bowling, the defending national champions, finished their season off at the NAIA National Championship Tournament with a loss to Marion in the 5th round. In the colder climate, Lawrence Tech women's hockey finished their second ever season with an overall record of 16 wins, 9 losses, and 2 ties. 3 athletes earned their spots on the all-conference teams of the CCWHA. One of those being Captain Sophia Buckberger, who went a step further to earning the honor of being an All-American in Division II of ACHA. Buckberger finished second in the division with 35 goals, and during the season she had a point total of 51, 16 assists, and 7 insurance goals. Over on the men's side, the Division I team finished a battle-fought season in the WAC. 21 wins in the regular season and a second-place finish overall in the conference. 3 players were named the all-conference second team, and Sean Pillay was voted the champion of character. Finishing the hockey season in spectacular fashion was men's Division III. The historic season was capped off with winning the ACHA National Championship for the first time in program history with a 4-2 victory over Grand Valley State. This one-of-a-kind team has also set new program records with a 19-game winning streak and 29 total victories. With this title, Lawrence Tech has now claimed 3 national championships in the past year.
All right, so congratulations to all the winter teams here at Lawrence Tech. Again, a great season had by all. And when you watch something like that, you really get an appreciation for the hard work, the dedication, and just quite frankly, the amount of student athletes that we have here on campus, which continues to grow each and every year, 800 and growing. And this is really, I think, what is going to continue to improve the culture. Again, you can't spell LTU without the word culture, or you can't spell culture without LTU in it. I knew I was going to mess that up. Long day of streaming here. So
we're in the final hour, Lord.
We're in the final hour. We're doing good. And we now have with us the brand new head football coach here at Lawrence Technological University, Scott Merchant, a man that I've known for many, many years. Scott, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, it's great to be here.
Well, let's first just ask you, how's it going? You know, you came late in the process, kind of late in the game, and where a lot of coaches maybe are hired maybe right when the season ends or something. But took a little bit longer. But now you've had a chance to get yourself acclimated. You've done a great job with recruiting so far. We've seen a lot come through, recruits and potential recruits come through our studios. How is it going?
It's going great. We're really excited about where we're headed right now. I feel like every day we're making progress. We're up to 32 commitments who have signed this year, and we're going to continue to work on that. We're not done yet. I'm very excited about our staff. We actually just hopefully are hiring our last part-time coach this week. So we'll have a full staff except for one GA position that we have to hire for. But staff's been phenomenal.
And can you talk a little bit about the who you've brought on
Sure.
as your coaching staff? Because
Sure.
they are outstanding individuals in many ways, and the experience level is really a little unprecedented when it comes to what I've seen.
Yeah, we've got a really nice mix on the team and on the staff. We have we brought in Kyle Nystrom as our defensive coordinator, who has been a Division I, Division II, Division III coach. He's been Division II head coach. So super fortunate to get him here. And his assistant on defense that he brought in, Chuck Bulla. Chuck's coached in the NFL. He's coached at the Division I level. He's played in the NFL, played at the Division I level. And then offensively, we brought in Oscar Olenichek as our offensive coordinator. Coach O was head high school coach for many years, and then he also coached at the FCS level as an offensive coordinator down at Campbell University in North Carolina. And then our quarterback coach that we brought in is probably the only non-Michigander. We brought in Tom Manley from out east, who was an offensive coordinator out there. Excited to have him. And then some of our part-time guys are phenomenal guys too. We've got Dylan Dixon, who's a great young coach who played at Saginaw Valley. He's a UD Jesuit product. He was a GA up there. Brought in Tyler Washburn, who's on my staff and played for me at Chippewa. And then we also brought in Ronald Talley, who is doing some work for state champs. Guy played in the NFL for 5 years, played at Notre Dame, played at Delaware. He's coaching our D linemen. So just a great range of experiences, and just not only good coaches, but good people, good teachers. And that's what we're looking forward to build our program on.
So I see a couple of your colleagues there, Coach Baird and Coach Pickens. And what I remember in their first season, I wonder if you've had this moment yet, and that is when you had to make the cultural shift, like get people to see it more in a style of how you're going to run it. I think it's always a hard moment to reach, but it's a great moment it finally happens.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm a little stubborn, as most football coaches are, and I really only know one way to do things. So, you know, there was an adjustment period for sure, not only for me, but for the kids. I met with every player individually for about 15, 20 minutes when I first got here to kind of get their insights on things. Really did a lot of observing on my end those first couple months, and starting to feel a lot more comfortable with kind of like being who I am and what I want the program to be. Everybody talks about culture. I mean, I really think culture is people. Like, if you bring in the right people that believe in the same things and want the same things, that's how you establish your culture. People equal culture in my book. So I think we're doing that. I think we've brought in a great coaching staff who's going to do things the right way on and off the field. And then we're extremely excited about our recruiting class, which includes 3 transfers. The average GPA of our 32 commits is a 3.43. And that's exactly where we want to be.
100% student athletes focus on student, which is really how you build a program and how you build, the culture, as we're saying here. In our other world, the state champs world, which is the high school sports world that many of us at Yellow Flag Productions live in as well, we've had an opportunity to get to know Coach, and in over the 20 years that we've been covering him, while he was at UD Jesuit, at Chippewa Valley. You came from a kind of a small college as a player and as a coach, right? And was able to have success at that level. What excited you the most about coming back to the collegiate level and inspiring a whole new level of competition?
Sure, yeah, there are a number of things. And then there were things specific to Lawrence Tech. I loved my experience in college football. I played at Albion College, Division III school. I had a great experience as a student athlete. I was able to get hired there and coach there for 5 years. I was part of a national championship, which was just a phenomenal experience.
Oh, yeah.
but the guys that we recruited there were students first and athletes second. They loved football, but they were there to get their education number one. And that proved to me that you can be good at both. They're not mutually exclusive. So I always loved my job there. Just for family purposes and different things, I decided to go back to high school. So when this opened up and it was close to my family, we didn't have to move. It was at a great academic institution, which was really important to me. And seeing how rich the recruiting area is here, in the home base here of Oakland County, you can go an hour in any direction and just hit just a number of great schools and programs. Those three things really, it was just too good of an opportunity to be able to help build my own program and bring in my own players and my own coaches.
Who do we have for homecoming this year, Coach?
I don't know. I'm just worried about week one, man. I don't do that.
You are a coach.
I don't look down the road. I am looking forward to August 11th when we report and starting camp on the 12th. And then we open up with St. X here. I appreciate you guys getting me an easy opener with the top 15 team in the country. Thanks for the cupcake.
It's never going to be easy.
Sorry.
Appreciate that. Way to set me up.
Is that a 1 o'clock or a noon kickoff?
Yeah, we're going to have all 1 o'clock starts this year.
That's right. We don't do them because it's easy. We do it because it's hard.
You know what? You're going to find out about yourself real quick when you have a tough opener. We always try to do that when I scheduled at Chippewa. And our guys, rose to the standard every year, and I'm expecting our guys here to do the same.
Yeah, absolutely. And we appreciate, Coach, you being here. And those who were Detroit Lions fans, I'd say in the late 2000s when Steve Mariucci was here, right? He would say, "We're building something good here." And that's what we're doing with this man right here. So, Coach Merchant, we appreciate it. Go ahead.
Is it correct, though, that you will allow an alum to call the first 5 plays from scrimmage if they give a $10,000 donation? I'm just joking.
If they, let's get that done.
Yeah, let's get that done. Coach Merchant, thank you so much.
Thanks,
We appreciate you being
guys.
here. Okay, thank you.
it.
All right, of course. As always, lots of great things to come here and we're going to continue this athletics conversation here as we're going to bring in another coach who is
Coach Pickens?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Hey,
Coach Josh Pickens, who is a vet, a seasoned pro here now at Lawrence Technological University to talk a little bit about
Coming off his best season.
you just took the words out of my mouth.
Had to.
Yeah, I know. And some milestones too for some players. Some really cool things happened this season if you were able to follow men's basketball. So, Coach, welcome to the table.
Thank you for having me, guys.
All right. Just kind of talk about now that you're in reflection mode for what took place before we move forward, because I know we're always looking forward. But just talk a little bit about this group you had this season and what you were able to accomplish.
Yeah, as a coach, you always feel like you left a lot out there.
Right.
So we were just a little disappointed we didn't get the at-large bid to the national tournament, but special year with a special group. So that begins with Brandon Beavers, who became the all-time leading scorer here at Lawrence Tech.
Yep.
Close to over 2,000 points in his career and close to 2,000 points at Lawrence Tech here.
That's wild.
So I think he's also the assist leader as well. Third team All-American, first guy aside from Ty Searles to get those honors. And he was like 4 or 5 time player of the week. So he was phenomenal this year. But Nathaniel Ward and Alejandro Gonzalez were 2 young men we'll lose this year as seniors who had phenomenal leadership. So they came in last year in the 22-23 season. It really changed our culture and changed our program. They gave us that extra grit and toughness that we needed, and it allowed us to get over the top this year.
You know what I think is phenomenal, one of the things about your program and what you do, and I know I see this across other athletic programs, is you have got a great international influence on your program. Yeah. And I think, the game of basketball is so global now, and we're seeing so many superstars come from all parts of the world at the NBA level, but at the collegiate level, these guys come in, not only are they great students, but they are great players, and I would imagine what you've been able to build as a unit is because of kind of the diversity that you've brought to the table.
For sure, and that's what we preach within our culture. You're not going to always work or be around people who look like you, so we encourage and we preach diversity. But those guys, we try to have a curveball and a fastball league, and so recruiting European and internationally has allowed us to situate our skill and get out there and do things a little bit differently than teams in our league. And so this year we led the country in 3-point attempts. We were second in makes and then top 50 in percentage too, so we made a good amount of them. So I think our international flavor and influence allowed us to do that.
I remember when you first started, and it's come a long way.
For sure.
First off, because of our donors, you were able to get a new basketball court.
Absolutely, yeah.
How did that floor make a difference for the team?
For sure. For me as a coach, it didn't. I mean, we could play on concrete or whatever, right? We used to play at the park, but no, I know our guys appreciated it. We didn't have as many shin splints or many nagging injuries, and then just the home atmosphere period was huge. So thank you to the donors, but also thank you to everyone that came out and supported men's basketball, women's basketball, and made that home court advantage like really a great atmosphere. So we appreciate that.
And my understanding, I watched that Indiana Tech game this year, the tournament.
Yeah.
That young man who hit that shot at the end, which was an insane shot.
Yeah.
It's right here from Southfield. Is that correct?
Southfield native, Cameron McEvans. Everyone knows him. I've watched him make shots like that since he was 14 years old. Honestly, since I moved here, he's just been clutch, man.
It was fun.
Yeah, it was, and he's always done that. And I was really close to calling timeout, and when the ball got in his hands, I just stepped out of the way and let him do his thing because he's been doing it his whole life. So first conference tournament win in school history, and good environment, good memories, and we want to keep building on that.
Yeah, absolutely. You've also stepped into the role of assistant athletic director now. How has that kind of ingrained you into more of what is happening here at the university, and more important, in the athletic program?
For sure. So I'm passionate about the university and passionate about helping and making it better. So when Marianne approached me with the opportunity, I just told her I want to support her any way I can. And so she's doing a phenomenal job. I'm good with being behind the scenes and just chipping in here and there and helping with what I can on onboarding and compliance and things like that. But she has a great vision, and I'm just here to support her with that. So anything I can do to help make our place better, and I'm willing to do it.
Yeah, and we've been seeing it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, overall, on an overall athletic side, continuing to add programs, which is always fascinating to me. The school is just not content with a certain amount of teams, and that's what you're going to have. We're always looking to explore and do and find other ways to get more student athletes on campus. How important do you feel what the student athletes bring to the overall experience here at the university for all the students?
Well, to your point, that's the reason I chose to jump on board with Marianne. She has a growth mindset. Our motto in our program is to grow people and build champions. And so throughout that growth, I mean, we've developed different programs. We are in talks of adding another hockey team as well as flag football. So there's more growth there. But, with those growth in teams comes the need for additional space and facilities and things like that. So we're working on that. And that's where, this day is for Giving Day and to help us, enhance our student experience. And so, we're all about growth. And the student athletes, man, we're about, I think, 800 student athletes. They hold a 3.2, 3.3 almost GPA. We account for 2/3 of housing, so and 33% of the overall enrollment. So it's a huge population here, and they're doing a great job through working, going to class, getting up and practicing and dealing with us coaches at 6 a.m. sometimes. And so they're doing a phenomenal job. So we want to help support them any way we can.
And I will say that a lot of times when I have conversations with professors, and I have a lot of them, they will say our athletes, in many cases, are our best students. Because again, they are the type that know time management. They know what they have to get done. They have a schedule, and they execute. And again, getting an opportunity to participate in college athletics, which is so hard. People don't realize how challenging it is physically, mentally, as well as everything else that's involved. Kevin, there are donors right now that can donate specifically to athletics if that's what they wish to do.
Yeah, no, definitely. Any of your donations today can be specified to where you want to see the intent of it here at Lawrence Tech. But yeah, there's a lot of needs in athletics. The facilities is probably, I think, unanimous amongst our coaches that would be the number one thing. I'll use Coach Pickens as an example here. I remember a few years ago, I went into the men's locker room because I was going to go for a run, and it was during a game. I didn't even think about it. Here you have people who are going in there for a quick workout at the same time. Well, a coach was giving some love and feedback to his team. And so, on that, you want privacy for the coach at that point and those teams. It's sometimes complex to explain those relationships to people who are overhearing the conversations. The other part is even for our visitors have a better experience. I'm sure when we travel, our home visitors are not trying to give us the most comfortable experience because we haven't provided them that.
Right. No, for sure. So just once again, we appreciate everything that everyone does for athletics, and just want to put out there, not only men's basketball, but the department as a whole. These student athletes work really, really hard, and we appreciate any donation that could help us out.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, if you're a student here at LTU, you can get involved in the athletic pros. There's so many jobs and things of that nature that you can help, whether it's game days, whether it's helping with a variety of areas that support athletics. And you can do that during your time where you don't have to be an athlete to do it, but you can feel like you're a part of the team by joining the athletics administration and everything that goes on here. And Coach, before we let you go, just kind of talk about, now we're looking ahead. Yeah. Right, we're thinking of moving forward. We're always in recruiting season here,
right?
And just kind of talk about the type of program that you want to continue to develop and build, and the types of individuals you want to attract to your program.
Well, I think Kevin hit it on the head. When we first started, we took over a project. And now we've got it to a point where, due to our great young men we've had in our program, we've gotten it to a point where we're ready to take the next step. We were top half of the league this year, and we want to, propel ourselves into that upper echelon. And so to do that, you need talented young student athletes, and we're targeting those. I'm not trying to replace a Brandon Beavers because they brought something so different to the table. But yes. I think with our culture, what we're developing leaders in our program now, and anything we add to it will be a plus. So we're working extremely hard to not only win a conference tournament game, to win the conference championship, regular season and tournament if possible.
Absolutely.
Well, Coach, thank you for your time. When's the opener next year to close it out?
No idea yet. So we're still working on scheduling. So probably somewhere in late October. That's all I know.
Let the man have a little break.
Have a good one.
Good Lord. Thank you, Coach. All right. Appreciate it as always. Josh Pickens, head men's basketball coach here at Lawrence Technological University. We have another coach that is coming on. We're gonna get in season on you here and talk a little softball with another coach who has spent a number of years here, and we feel like is another institution, another pillar to build on here at Lawrence Tech, and that is Karen Beard. And Coach, thank you so much for taking a few minutes.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Right.
Appreciate it.
Welcome. How are things going?
Well, we're 18-17, 7-3 in the conference right now, 4th in the conference, and we're getting at it. The players, we're starting to get on the high with the players, and just feel really good right now.
And we feel the weather has now turned and is now going to cooperate with us. I know as I say that's probably the kiss of death because we live in Michigan, but if anything, I know that's what they're most excited about is dry fields.
It's so true, right? We were excited about the 70-degree weather today and how it is, but even tomorrow we play 67 degrees, and on Sunday it was nice to have the sunshine out and not be all rainy and cold and not have a heater in the dugout. So
college softball and baseball do play at a very weird time in the Midwest.
Yeah, and what's interesting about it, and I think this is something that people don't realize, is that it really is kind of a year-round sport. I mean, because here it is that, I'm sure you've got your summer thing, and then you've got fall ball,
right,
and then you've got winter conditioning and all the things that go on with that. And then a lot of times you guys will do some traveling in the early parts of the season. So kind of just talk about the amazing, commitment that these athletes make in order to do this and still go to school.
Right. So we've been to... So far, we've been down to Georgia and Florida just for this season. But in the fall, we played, Oakland. We played a couple Division I's. We went over to Notre Dame, played over there, and I know Kevin was excited about that.
Yeah, exactly.
And then, we went to Georgia. We've, like I said, we went to Florida, and the commitment, staying up on their studies, and then you have double headers all weekend. So you got to make sure you give them time off to recoup and stay ahead of the schedule, and so they can stay fresh for all of the games.
Yeah. What would you say if for the high school athlete who would love to have the dream of playing in college, and of course we want to we'll hope that they would consider come play here at Lawrence Tech, and you would maybe recruit them. Like, what would you say is the biggest thing that the biggest adjustment that they would need to make in order to have a successful both athletic and collegiate career?
That's a great question, because we get that a lot, right? So softball is softball, but it's the speed of the game.
Yeah.
That's the difference, right? It's a lot faster, a little more powerful. And so for us, we really try to get the player that team player, somebody who's going to be enthusiastic and this is going to grind and knows how to grind it out day in and day out. One of the things that we're really proud with our team and program right now is just our culture, like the inclusivity, how the players, like somebody comes in and it's like, we're trying to create that family atmosphere, and they do such a good job of that.
Yeah.
And it's fun to be around. Like, you want to be around people like that.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes, you have in high school, you have that one star, right? Well, all of the players on your team are all been stars on their team.
Exactly.
So it's like, how do you really get yourself into it and understand that it's all one team? So, yep.
So let me ask you, Coach, for alumni who want to come watch the team play, where are your home games?
Yeah.
So we are working on that.
Yeah.
We're working on that.
Yeah.
And so, first of all, we are having alumni weekend this weekend.
Yeah,
so we're
nice.
pretty excited about that.
Yeah,
We have
talk
almost
about that.
Yeah, we're having, so we have 15 alum, and I think 14 out of 15 are coming back this weekend. So pretty proud of that, to have everybody come back.
Yeah.
From California, even.
Yeah.
We have a couple of them come from California. So we're excited about that. And then as far as our field, we play a little bit of high school. We play a little bit at the Hawk.
But next spring,
we're excited because we got a significant donation to help jumpstart the process of getting a field.
Yes.
And we're so excited about that. To go
and
out and be able
oh
to
my
practice on
gosh.
your own field would be amazing, right? So,
But
yeah.
a special compliment to you and the student athletes on your team. It is not easy. They literally have played every game on the road since you've been here.
Right.
But on the flip side, for our alumni, I think one of the most exciting sports you can see in person is softball. First of all, the chants are priceless.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But you'll be able to see them right here where we used to play hockey at the Southfield Civic Center. That's where we're anticipating that next spring we'll be play ball there.
Yes,
and
yes.
that'd be great.
We are all looking forward to it. I think it's an exciting thing because, like this weekend we're playing at Groves, then we play at Country Day, and then we play at Madonna for a home game, right? And next year you can just, hey, here's our home field, and that's what we're very excited about for our program.
Well, and then the travel from practices, that's something.
Yeah.
Some of our teams have to travel an hour to practice. It's an hour
Right.
less of study time then,
Right.
right?
Yes. Yes.
One of the things I think it's, as I've gotten to know, because being involved with the College of Engineering, you've got, students, just a variety of majors, right? All over the place in terms of what they're going to one day be,
Right.
And here they are for this collective effort in softball. But it seems like the camaraderie and the family that, that they build together, and again, partly is because they're together so much. For the course of the year. When talking about alumni and your communication with them, this has got to be something that they remember so fondly, and I'm sure as they move on in life, the life lessons that you get from athletics is what's really spurring their success at the next level, wherever that may be.
So it's funny you mentioned that because we actually asked them, like, give us your favorite memory of, and it's not always the wins and losses. It's definitely the bus trips, the team, and the lifelong friendships that they have, which is awesome. I mean, it's nice because they do mention we went 17-1 at one point. We were ranked 25th at one point.
Oh, yeah.
So those are all exciting things, but they're all best of friends right now, and they're definitely all together. So.
When did you start working for us, Karen?
Oh, it's funny because I had to, on the way over here, I was like, when did I want to?
Yeah.
So this is my 7th season. 7th season. So yes.
Funny story. When Karen started, I was like, I know this person from somewhere, but I couldn't figure it out. And you get those time hops on Facebook, and then I coached against her, and it was T-ball, and it was so frustrating because her team was so well coached, and my team not the same way. And I'm like, I remember that game because I kept saying to myself, God, that coach is so much better than you.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
those were the days.
Well, and
a long time ago.
And I remember just from the state champ side, you know, we're at the state finals something at MSU or whatever.
Yeah,
And we
MSU.
we see you there and talking to people and doing your thing. And again, you know, we wish them only but nothing but success this season. And I know that comes in a variety of ways. And it sounds like there's a lot of optimism for this season.
Oh, a lot of optimism. We have 6 doubleheaders still to go, and yeah, I mean we're ahead of last year, so that's always nice to say. So.
And I assume you have a game tomorrow.
We do. We have a game tomorrow at Concordia. So yeah, doubleheader. Thank you.
Coach, thanks for your time today.
Thank you so much, you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's always great
Appreciate
to talk to you. Karen Bear, the head softball coach here at Lawrence Technological University. Thank you so much for being a part. And I'll tell you what, you know, the athletes here is, again, it's such a special thing, you know, where you came in, they weren't here, you know, and over the course of this, you know, last 25 years, it's amazing what a transformational change it's been at Lawrence Tech, and it's all for the good.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You know, we're going to about to transition to something a little bit different here.
Yeah.
Rather than a coach, we got some alumni with a hockey program coming back.
I know.
And you see really how that experience went. But I think what we're going to see in the story that's really great is the lifelong friendships it builds. So.
Yeah. There's no doubt we're gonna bring in the gentlemen. Are they here? These are Brian and Mark. Okay. All right. Come on in, guys. We're live here. You're looking at the beautiful shots of the atrium here at LTU. How you doing, man? All right, I'll get you on the way back. But without any further ado, why don't you introduce our fine guests here?
I'm going to let you both introduce yourself.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
I mean, I know
Blue Devils. It's been a minute since we've been back. But Mark Kanishnik, originally from Grand Rapids, made my way over to Lawrence Tech, dual major in architecture and civil engineering, graduated in 2013. Coming back, some things look a lot different, some things about the same, but it's good to be here, guys.
I am Brian Zarnecki, graduated in 2010, played hockey with Mark, and mechanical engineering, and been local ever since. So.
And you know, it's interesting, you guys were kind of what we'll call the pioneers of the hockey program as it was really, you know, becoming and seeing today, you know, we've got the D3 team that are now national champions. Last year, the D1 team were at nationals, competed very well, and could have easily done even better. What you've seen from a hockey perspective, we can talk there about where LTU is now compared to when you guys started.
Yeah, we actually had a group thread going with some of the guys.
Oh, look at that!
So
we're going way back machine.
Oh man, there's me right there, 16. Wow.
All right,
that's a blast from the past.
All right,
went back in the archives for that one.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, talking to the guys, it was incredible. You know, early 2000s is when, you know, a lot of the guys we're still really good friends with.
Yeah.
You know, there was points where the program was really struggling, and there was times where we thought we might not have it next year.
Yeah.
So you know, it's really something special. It comes full circle. Talking to these guys, and we got our trip we'll talk about shortly.
Yeah.
This coming weekend, and there's a lot of pride and a lot of emotion seeing that. You know, them host for or win the national championship is really incredible. We felt like a small part of that.
Yeah.
You know, 10, 15 to almost 20 years ago in some cases. It's been really, really cool.
Well, I think it's a testament to if the fortitude and, you know, the fact that you guys were committed to wanting to make this work here. Again, it's about the players. Coaches can do all they want, but it's about the love of the game and the fact that you wanted to see LTU become something, and they have. And what would you say is your most, and I'll ask both of you, what was your most memorable moment, you know, as a part of the Blue Devil hockey program?
You want to start? Go ahead. So it seems odd, but we helped build that locker room with our bare hands when we were over at Southfield before we moved. And so there was just being with the guys. The road trips were awesome. You know, there was sometimes we had to drive ourselves. You know, we got the bus now and a lot of the high end amenities, but back then maybe you couldn't afford that kind of stuff. They don't know what it used to be like, but that time spent with the coaches, with the guys, with the boys in the locker room, it was really, really something special. You know, whether it was a win or a loss, but just spending that time together and keeping those relationships and building them, you really never know what's going to come of that. And Kyle, who's out in Chicago, was really a mentor to me. Dan Baker, who's out in California, was a big mentor to me. They got me job interviews when I graduated. They helped in the gym when I was in college and they were living around here. They helped in the gym. They were guiding the workout routine. So just those relationships are really something special, and you don't realize it when you're in it until you're out of it. And it's like, you know what? Those times in these walls at Lawrence Tech, on the ice with the guys, is something I'll remember forever.
I don't know how to follow that one up.
I know, exactly.
I mean, camaraderie, just, like you said, locker room, having off the ice, on ice, everything together was always key. And, as you can see, like the friendships that have lasted, not just with the guys on this trip, too. It extends out to the rest of the crew. We still play beer league hockey with a lot of them, too. So it's just something that you wouldn't, it's hard to do because you got to keep it going. So, and I like to, pat ourselves on the back, just the fact that we've been able to continue that tradition and something that's grown from that experience.
And I will say from a personal experience, so I'm a hockey player myself, so in Novi, there is an alumni team that played the Brew Devils. Nice. Of course, it's beer league, so they're the Brew Devils. The logo's quite funny. But you could see like all the guys, that play, 15 strong, whatever, that come out and still want to compete, still want to be together. And again, that's really what it's about, is being together and, not letting it go. And the great thing about hockey is you can play it, as long as you can stay upright, you can play it for a long, long time. That's right. And there is a kinship that's there. And I feel like the alumni part of this organization is really strong, and do you guys feel that? Do you feel that the guys want to continue to stay connected?
Certainly, yeah. And like Czar said, it extends beyond just the group that does this hockey trip. I play on Tuesdays. I know that Brian plays on Sundays. But like any relationship, it takes a little bit of work, but there's fruits of that work, and it's really great to keep those relationships. I might not talk to some of these guys for 3, 6, even a year sometimes, and you pick it right back up when we see each other. And it's a really good foundation that was set with the athletic programs at Lawrence Tech, with the academic programs here. Hard work, dedication, commitment has all really come full circle. So it's been a really great experience, and it's absolutely incredible that it's been 15 years already since we've been walking these halls as students.
So Brian, what years did you play?
I played from 2005 to 2010.
So you played the Red Wings game then?
The alumni, yeah.
What you guys probably don't know is that was really one of the ways that we showed the administration the spirit that would be behind supporting you all as students, and it led us to bring in this big athletic program we have now, knowing that it was a meaningful experience for our students. And I laugh. We started the day off with Dan Baker's sister was on one of our interviews. Yep. But the first game I took my family to, Dan dropped the gloves at the face-off. And we would all be like, this is going to be a fun game. Yeah. My daughter starts crying. He thought it was a bad thing. He handled himself well in it, so he didn't get hurt.
He's mellowed out a little bit.
Right.
Not much, but a little bit.
Yeah,
but I'll tell you, I do really miss us playing at the Southfield Civic Center. Those games were fun.
That was a lot of fun.
I feel like we had the experience in Coney a little bit too, where 2005, and before that with AP and Kyle, who were on the trip, they're the elder statesmen, but they were in the era where, like Coney said, they were holding it together. So if it wasn't for them, there probably wouldn't have been a team. And then I got to experience a little bit of the shorthandedness, but then also as the last 3 years, we had the growth and everything going through there. So it was really cool to experience that and see that, and just be able to experience it now with the championship and feel like, hey, we had a part of that.
Oh, you definitely did.
Yeah, it's incredible. They want to add another team. I mean, I'm just saying, the hockey is insane, in terms of we are. This is a hockey region. There's no doubt about it. And you guys have something special that I know you want to talk about, the annual reunion at pro hockey games around the country. Kind of talk about that.
Sure. Yeah, I'll let Brian touch on it, and then I'll kind of follow it up.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess just how it started. Originally, we all graduated, and we were like, oh, well, this kind of stinks, but we wanted to make a point to meet up again because some of the folks moved out of town. Like Baker moved to California. AP was in Washington at the time. Kyle was in Illinois and Chicago. So. They had started where, hey, let's go to a hockey game at the Mecca in Montreal versus Toronto, hockey night in Canada. And that's kind of where it started. And from that experience, we just said, we have to do this every year. Yeah. Let's do it. So we go to every rink. And we kind of put out an email. I think I looked at the email last night. It was kind of going down memory lane, but just seeing how that all evolved and over the years and now where we're at now. And just in the beginning where we were scrambling to, figure out what car we're going to drive in or whatever. Now we're a little more established.
Yeah.
And that's where I think, you're going to talk about that too, being able to be in some higher end accommodations and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But that just goes to talk about how we've been, I guess, successful in our careers from Lawrence Tech and all that, and just the meaningfulness of being together and leaning on each other and being able to support one another.
That's absolutely right. Yeah, it started Montreal 2012. Since then, it's Boston, Philly, Pittsburgh, Toronto, Vancouver, Calgary, Winnipeg. A couple COVID years, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Take some time off.
Yeah.
Tampa in 22, Phoenix in 23, and then this weekend we're going to Nashville. So
Nice.
yeah, like Czar said, we were cramming 8 or 9 guys in the Best Western Plus early on, but now we're getting the pretty nice Airbnbs with the pool in the background and a couple extra bedrooms. So we've made it up in our careers, and we can expand a little bit with a little bit nicer tickets and some nice dinners. So it's great. And most of us are married and kids now, so the wives know, like, it's hockey weekend.
That's
like
right.
We're going, but we got some really spectacular women behind us and some great kids as well. So they know it's been, and they're supporting us in that because they know those relationships are important as well.
100%, and it's so nice that you guys stick to it and don't give it up, because once you do, you'll never get it back. So it's so great that you can do it, even if you have lesser numbers one year for whatever reason. You got to keep the tradition going. It's important. And I mean, what a hockey year in the NHL, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like it's anybody's ball game.
That's
so
right.
we're hoping the Wings can play their way in. They're right there.
They're right there.
But Nashville's another super exciting squad, and it just kind of shows just hockey in general in the lexicon is just on everybody's minds, and it's just a sport that is we all know is so phenomenal, but it's growing at a national level here, especially in America.
I mean, were you surprised when you heard we had a women's team now too?
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
The expansion of the sport is great, and the expansion at Lawrence Tech is great.
Right.
So it's really something.
We had an
special to see.
All-American.
I know.
Wow. That's
He's
incredible.
a biomedical engineering student who's going to do great and incredible things. But yeah, All-American on the women's side.
That's
so,
right.
yeah.
And one thing that AA down in Orlando did a couple of years ago, so he's an architect by major, really crafty guy. He built this plaque, and I sent you a picture of it, Kevin, and it's got a plaque for every year, laser cut of North America, and a little plaque you add every year that we go to.
Nice.
It hangs right in the sports bar in my basement, and
That's
every
cute.
year we're adding the plaque. So
Nice.
it's really cool to see that and add it on for the next year. And then when we get there this weekend, we're already going to start planning out for the next year. Where are we going to head? What are we going to do?
Usually, the first dinner or whatever we have, because now we
Yeah.
have dinners instead of just
Yes,
going
exactly.
out. It's
Right.
a little more fun.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right.
It's not a
just
keg.
cheese-
It's not a
What's
kegger.
going on?
That's right.
Yeah.
No cheeseburgers and kegs.
There's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that. I gotcha. That's cool. So yeah, and that's fun. That's the best part of it, right?
I gotta tell you,
what are
though,
we doing next year?
When we caught up a few weeks ago with
Yep.
Scott Trudeau and stuff, one of my favorite movies is The Sandlot.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a great quote in it, and it is basically, no one prepared you for the last time you went out to play baseball with your friends, and you didn't know it was going to be your last time.
Yeah.
I love the fact that you guys are staying together. And it makes us, that's what we hope, you guys gain from this lifelong friends, and it's just I'm so happy for you that you guys have that, and what a cool tradition.
Yeah.
It really
and,
is.
And can we just get caught up on what you guys are doing now?
Yeah.
So, again, one of the things we're trying to do is encourage people to give back to the university in whichever way that they can. You can do that at ltu.edu/giving day. And we're trying to get first-time donors and things. And again, one of the things that we talk about is the educational experience that you have here outside of athletics. That's a great compliment. So what have you guys been able to do since you've left the university?
Sure. So yeah, when I graduated in 2013, moved out to Los Angeles. 8 or 9 years in Los Angeles, worked for a couple of different contractors, moved over to the real estate development world. A few years back, my wife and I moved back we're in Shelby Township now, working I'm a senior development manager for North Point Development. We do industrial real estate developments nationally. We're the largest industrial developer in the country.
Wow.
So it's been a great road. Loved every minute of how I got here, including my time at Lawrence Tech. And I think, the theory and practice portion is couldn't be more on point, right? You got the theory and the practice of things on the civil engineering side, and on the architecture side as well, getting that dual degree. So it truly prepared me for being out in the construction and contracting world, and it's been a great experience.
Do you feel like you had a little bit of a leg up coming out of here as opposed to
Absolutely.
maybe some other students?
Absolutely.
And why?
I had a lot of internships. Kevin actually wrote me a letter of recommendation for grad school
nice.
not too long ago when I finished up grad school. So I think just that foundation that Lawrence Tech has, and the name, like, you know, a lot of people know the name, not just in the Detroit area, but throughout the Midwest and nationally, is really something. So absolutely leg up. Had a lot of success and a lot of really good feedback, a lot of job offers out of school. So, you know, second to none. It's, you know, even when the economy wasn't as strong as it has been, there's always been opportunity there.
And as I talked about before, I graduated in 2010, mechanical engineering, and now I work or since then, really, I had my last year as a co-op internship with Department of Defense with the Army, and I've been working with them ever since. So it's been 15 years now, going with them, different positions throughout, but I'm a branch chief for test and evaluation for Army platforms.
All right. Well, nice. You know, I've had the opportunity to interview David Gorsick, who was, you know, a big wig with the Army and the ground vehicles and all that stuff. I can't talk on it, but a Lawrence Tech grad. And I'm sure you guys probably run into, you know, the alumni all the time at high levels. The alumni.
And Craig works same area I work. He works on track and suspension, but within GVSC they call it Ground Vehicle Systems Center.
Yeah.
So
right on. Well, guys, congratulations on everything. I'm so glad that you guys continue to do that. And, you know, again, as we try to encourage those to continue to give and maybe consider a first-time give, just if you guys could both, just as we let you go, just kind of let you know what the university means to you.
Absolutely. Yeah, and Zara and I met up a couple days ago. We both given today. We've reached out to the guys.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yes. We weren't fishing.
No, happy to be part of it. Happy to be here. But yeah, you know, coming back and walking these halls has been really great. You know, it's sentimental.
Changed a lot.
Had changed a lot, and it's really sentimental to come back and see everything that's going on and still be part of the program, part of the university. We grab lunch and be able to give has been really incredible. So thank you for that. Thank you for having us here.
All right.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you look back at your life or your school or whatever you did, and you make those different choices, whether it's to go what school you're going to, what major, stuff like that, and you know, you don't want to regret anything like that. And there's the big schools, smaller schools, and I think the smaller school experience, some people look like, well, was that okay? Would you rather got the bigger school experience? And I look back and I go, no, because I wouldn't have made the friendships I have here. I wouldn't have had the connections. I wouldn't have met my wife through the connections through here. It's kind of crazy. So stuff like that, I wouldn't change it for the world. So yeah, I would just say no, everything's been great. It's just it's worthwhile and something that sticks with you, as you can see here, like just this friendship that we've had.
So hope you guys can join us at Shields tonight.
Absolutely.
We're gonna finish this segment
if
off
you can.
here.
If you can. But again,
Lisa's here if you want to go upstairs and say hi.
Absolutely. There you go. And I just want to say, you know, a big thing that we preach here, especially in marketing, which is what we're doing, trying to grow the university, is return on investment. You know, a lot of people get scared away by, they think the price tag or whatever. But again, we've talked about the scholarship opportunities. We talked about financial assistance. We talk about how much you can gain coming out of here, you know, where you have an opportunity to get a really great job in your degree field, maybe faster than some other places, you know.
No better investment than investment in yourself. Absolutely.
100%. All right. Brian and Mark, thank you.
Of course.
Appreciate it.
Take care, guys.
Appreciate it very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you. I'll get you here. I'll get you here. I got to get you. All right.
Go Blue Devils.
Yes.
There you go. All righty. Kevin, I think we're
hitting the end. Huh?
Well, yeah, we're
not hitting the end on giving, though.
No, we're not. We're in the last 5 minutes here of
the
live stream. So,
but, Giving Day goes till midnight. Technically, a little bit until tomorrow, actually.
Yeah.
And just want to say again, for those of you who have given today, thank you very much from myself, our president, Dr. Soap, and our students. More than anything, they say thank you. If you're thinking about it, I hope we've given you some inspirational stories today. Maybe next year you'll be the person we're interviewing, and we'd love to have you here. If you're in the area, come to Shields tonight. If you're in the Grand Rapids area, hit Founders.
Yeah.
Next year at this given day, I hope you will see that we'll have a satellite event in maybe Arizona or Florida, where we have a lot of alumni.
And there really are alumni all over the world.
They're everywhere. They really are. I got to spend more time on the road meeting them, you know, as my team. But we're getting better at that, but it's just, a lot.
Yeah.
You know, in closing, what I want to just point out, though,
we got a few minutes here. So
you did a great job of pointing out the return on investment there.
Right.
Mark.
Isn't that, it's so key.
And I remember Mark when he was a student. Mark, in particular, he worked in the admissions office, and he was on the hockey team. He used to be one of the guys that would wear the the blue suits, the blue men, at the volleyball games and stuff.
Wow.
And he always had
yeah, those guys.
But now, like, I listen to him, I'm like inspired by his quotes he's got, and
Yeah.
he's in the
Look
real
at him
estate-
now.
Yeah, they're just great. They're moving and shakers.
Captains of industry.
Yep.
Right.
So it's just a great environment to be in, and I think of what when I used to be at a dean of students, we had a letter when sometimes we had to discipline somebody, and we used to always say to them, we hope you reflect on your actions and look at the broader aspect of how they provide to your community and the nation. We have some great
That's
people.
deep.
We got people here though that are
right.
going to make this country great.
Oh, yeah.
And keep us on the right track, and I feel so good about it.
Yeah. So one of the things that Kevin was alluding to is that he gets an opportunity to travel, and they kind of set up opportunities where they can go spend some time with alumni. And I think there's nothing more important than from all generations, alumni that were here when it was still LIT,
Yes.
and into what it is today. And you and I happened to be able to attend one trip with you, and seeing recent graduates, one working for NASA.
Oh, yeah.
And it was funny because Javed, Mockbury, where we were there, who runs a sensor company, a very successful sensor company in Irvine, California. We had Tori come meet us there.
He knew she was there.
Yeah, and so it's like he was actively trying to recruit, but she's moving. She's in her. She's going to Mars.
She
That's
really
what
is.
She's doing.
Tori's, actually, all those alums that we met in that visit, just great. But yeah, Tori, you can tell, just processes and functions at a different level.
Yeah.
But yeah, the thing is, I always say to our alums too, let us know where you're at. If we don't have your right information, let us know. Ask us if we're traveling out to your area. You might be the reason we get there, or we might be on the way. I like to see our alums, no matter where they're at in that point, because there's always something to gain from it. Learn about their experiences, but I love seeing people who have retired, to people who are just started, and people in the middle of their careers. It all connects, and this year we'll launch a new thing here in the alumni office called Rafter. It's an online community for our alumni. So stay tuned to that. It'll make it easier. So like if I'm traveling to LA and I want to see what alumni are in the area, I'll be able to use that Rafter app to say, connecting with LA alumni. So it'll make it a lot easier and to build that network. Let's just update us where we're at in giving today. We're having a good day here, Lauren. So right now, and we've been on this, 4 hours now?
Yep.
$240,000 has been raised, and that constitutes 127 donors. Rachel, good job, and Pam. We'll keep bringing this up. Yeah.
Thank you, Rachel and Pam. Yeah.
I know.
The unsung heroes.
To my colleagues who are out in Grand Rapids, I hope you guys have a very successful event, and we're going to do the same. Those of you who are around, if you haven't heard Matt Cole perform, he's going to be doing some music for us
At Shields.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time.
It's like a Grateful Dead tribute band.
It really is. It's good. But I just want to close out in my own ask.
Yes.
My promise to everybody when they give is that we'll do our best to make sure that it does what you were hoping it would do.
Yeah,
And,
right into that camera.
yeah.
Right there.
And over the last year, I've seen that impact. I saw it usually in my previous job when it was I could help a student. I didn't know who was helping it. And I think when we can connect those two items, the person who gave and the person who received, you'll be so proud. So I'm always available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're looking to do something, my team's the same way. We want to help you out with that and bring that back, because you can make no finer investment than in our youth, and then put them in the right environment, which is Lawrence Tech. Great things are going to happen.
Yeah, and I just want to say, as we wrap up quickly, at Yellow Flag, who's in charge of marketing here for LT, we're going big this year, going big. So if you're watching March Madness, you probably saw our Be Curious, Make Magic spots. You're going to see a big presence here for the NFL draft that's going to be in town later this month. You all over WXYZ, you're going to see a lot of LTU content. We were the only university included in that. And I do want to say also, for you movie-going fans, May is really kind of the kickoff to the summer season. For those of you who visit MJR theaters here throughout the region, you are going to be able to see LTU ads on the big screen right before you see your favorite movie. So lots of things that we're doing, and that's just the tip of the iceberg of how we're trying to get the word out. Learn more about LTU at ltu.edu. Learn more about LTU athletics at ltuathletics.com. And again, please, if you can just consider being a donor, please go to ltu.edu/giving day. And like he said, he's going to keep it open. So maybe put something early tomorrow.
Yep.
It will run through. So if you're going to be at Shields, we'll see you at Shields. Otherwise, I'm Lauren Plant. This is Kevin Finn, the Director
Thanks
of
for a great day.
Philanthropy and Alumni Engagement. I appreciate everyone here, the Yellow Flag team.
Thank you, Yellow
for another
Flag.
Successful live stream. And thank you so much for checking this out. Hopefully you got to see some good things. Hopefully you learned some things maybe about LTU that you didn't know before. But otherwise, please give if you can. And we'll see you next year. Let's do this again and make it even better. So again, I'm Lauren for Kevin. We'll sign off, and hopefully we'll see you later.